Bueno, buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everyone.
Voy a presentar a Stephanie.
I want to introduce to you Stephanie.
Stephanie Mitchell es psicoterapeuta, formadora y terapeuta de grupo.
Stephanie is a psychotherapist and also a trainer in groups.
Trabaja en la práctica privada en Australia del Sur.
And she works in her private practice in the south of Australia.
Se especializa en trauma complejo.
And she specialized in complex trauma.
Y en estados que se etiquetan como enfermedad mental.
And in states that are labeled as mental illness.
Incluyendo trastorno de personalidad límite y esquizofrenia.
Including the disorder of personality and schizophrenia.
Borderline personality disorder and schizophrenia. Stephanie se ha formado en análisis transaccional.
Stephanie is trained in transactional analysis.
En diálogo abierto.
In open dialogue.
Terapia de sistemas familiares.
And also in therapy of family systems.
Terapia centrada en la persona.
Therapy centered in the person.
Y terapia de grupo Yalom.
And a group therapy dialogue.
Antes de pasar a trabajar casi exclusivamente con IFS.
Before she started just working exclusively with IFS.
Está capacitada hasta el nivel 3 de modelo IFS.
She's been trained up to level 3 of IFS.
Ha realizado supervisión exhaustiva.
And she's carried out exhaustive supervisions.
Formación adicional y trabajo personal dentro del modelo.
And also additional training and personal work within the model.
Así que bienvenida, Stephanie, es un placer tenerte aquí.
So welcome, Stephanie. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Un tema tan interesante y prometedor como este.
It's with such an interesting and promising topic like this one.
Thank you so much, Anna. That's a really interesting introduction for my parts to hear.
Muchísimas gracias, Ana. Eso fue una presentación muy interesante para escuchar mis partes.
I think I always feel a little shy hearing all those things.
Siempre me siento un poquito tímida al escuchar todo eso.
But I'm really, really excited to be here because this is one of my most favorite things to talk about.
Pero estoy súper ilusionada de estar aquí porque esto es uno de mis temas favoritos.
So I thought we would just start with, so let me start with, first of all, just telling you all, I've never done a workshop where I've been, where it's been translated before. And
primero quiero empezar diciendo que pues yo nunca he hecho un taller antes con traducción.
And I normally speak really, really quickly.
Y normalmente hablo súper rápido.
And so this is going to force me to slow down. I normally speak quickly and fast. So this is going to be very hard for me to slow down.
Y yo normalmente hablo muy rápido, entonces me va a costar hablar más despacito.
So my shy parts are just hoping that you know you have a little that it flows. I hope it flows for you.
Así que mis partes tímidas están deseando que todo esto fluya para vosotros.
Yeah. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I really want to check with you all to just take some time to settle in and notice what parts come up for you when you think about working with people who have these non-ordinary states.
Lo primero que quiero hacer es hacer una paradita y ir hacia adentro para que podáis sentir y ver qué partes surgen en ti cuando pensáis en estos estados no ordinarios.
So let's just take a moment to go inward. Maybe just if it feels right to close your eyes.
Vamos a tomar un momento para ir hacia adentro y si para ti está bien, puedes cerrar los ojos.
And maybe taking a few deep breaths.
Y tomando unas respiraciones profundas.
Feeling held. held in stillness.
sintiéndote sostenida en la quietud,
knowing that self is always already here,
y sabiendo que el self siempre está allí, ya está ahí,
that we are self and we have parts,
que tenemos self, tenemos partes,
I'm just feeling into the calm, steady presence of ourself.
y simplemente entrando en contacto con la presencia calmada y constante de self.
And the self that's also held by everything that's larger, the quiet and the ground and the air.
Y también el self que está sostenido por la quietud, el silencio, la tierra, el aire.
And from that place, just seeing what parts are here with you.
Y desde este lugar, mirar qué partes están contigo ahora.
And I wonder if you can pose a question to your parts.
Me pregunto si podéis hacer una pregunta a vuestras partes.
Just see what they're wanting you to know about anything about this workshop, any fears or concerns or questions they have.
Mirando a ver si quieren que sepas algo de ellas, miedos, preocupaciones, preguntas que puedan tener con respecto a este taller.
And let them know this time is for them, that we're going to tend to all of those things.
Y hazles saber que este tiempo es para ellas, que vamos a atender todo eso.
And see how they respond to that.
Mira a ver cómo te responden cuando escuchan esto.
And the second question is, when they think about you working with someone who has voices, visions, or any other perceptual experiences that are not normal, quote, normal.
Y la segunda pregunta es, cuando tú estás trabajando con alguien que tiene visiones, escucha voces o tiene alguna percepción que no es usual,
Do they have anything that arises in them?
¿hay
Any fear?
algo, ¿hay algo que surge en ellas? ¿Hay algún miedo que tengan?
Maybe take just a moment to listen, and if you want to write down just a few dot points, you can.
Y si quieres puedes tomar un tiempo ahora para escucharlas y escribir sus respuestas, si quieres y puedes.
And then thanking them for what they've let you know.
Y ahora puedes agradecerles lo que han compartido contigo.
And coming back to the group.
Y ya puedes ir volviendo despacio al grupo.
And I wonder if anyone has anything they want to write in the chat that they heard from their parts about either of those two things, questions, concerns, or things they want from the training.
Y me pregunto si queréis compartir en el chat alguna respuesta que han compartido, preguntas, preocupaciones, ¿qué esperan de la formación?
Or anything that comes up for them when they think about you doing this kind of work.
o cualquier cosa que surja en ellas cuando piensan en ti mientras trabajas en este tipo de trabajo.
People can just call out too if it's easier. I just didn't know.
Si es más fácil para vosotras, podéis también decirlo en voz alta, intervenir directamente. Nieves wrote in the chat, curiosity. Leila wrote, do these states have any solution? And also hope. Pilar Leo says curiosity, disconcern, wanting to learn about their positive intentions. Estelle says curiosity about their history. Lucia Fernandez says also curiosity. Ana Fosso says to trust the model because of their previous experience.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. You can add more as we go if there's other things that you wanted to comment or ask.
Muchas gracias por vuestro compartir. Podéis añadir más o si surgen preguntas o comentarios.
Do you want to just tell me what Leila and Rupert?
Sure. I just have problems translating you and translating the chat at the same time. Sí, digo que sí, a veces me cuesta traducirte a ti y traducir al chat al mismo tiempo. But I can stop a second and translate what's in the chat if you want, up to where I got. Vale, para un momento y traduzco lo que está en el chat hasta donde pude traducir. Okay. Okay, Leila Morales says, a part of me feels fear about this topic. Leila, there we go. Lupa Rua says, to support with wisdom the process of healing of the parts with psychosis, and also fear of harming, that the conflict will get bigger, the internal conflict will exacerbate, and their fear also. Nuria says, my opinion is the same as Lupe. Pilar Leo says that the aggressive voices are upset me many a times, and I fear that they may generate more harm. Rafaela says in English, and then I'll translate in Spanish. She says, some parts have fear, some parts want to help them. A part reminded the chat keeps on moving, sorry. A part reminded me of my own aunt who was diagnosed as schizophrenic, but with whom I had a special connection. Rafaela dice que algunas partes tienen miedo, otras partes quieren ayudar. Una parte me recordó a mi propia tía que fue diagnosticada con esquizofrenia, pero con quien yo tuve una conexión especial. Maureen says, a part of me feels fear of people with unusual experiences. One part is afraid to do harm. Maureen dice que una parte de mí teme las personas que tienen experiencias no usuales, y una parte de mí teme hacerles daño.
Great. Thank you so much, Helen. We can leave that now and we'll
Muchas gracias, Helen. ¿Podemos dejar el chat y seguir?
Great. So everything I've heard is really common. When I teach this topic, I hear all these concerns all the time.
Todo lo que he escuchado es bastante común cuando enseño este tema. Estos temas siempre salen.
And I really want to let you know we're going to address all of those concerns in this presentation.
Y quiero que sepáis que vamos a abordar todas esas preocupaciones en esta presentación.
So Anna, can you share the slides?
Ana, ¿puedes compartir las diapositivas?
And if you go down to, I'm trying to think, yeah.
A ver,
I've never done this before, Anna, where I don't have control of the slides. So this is going to be an interesting experience for me.
Ana, nunca he hecho esto antes cuando yo no tengo el control de las diapositivas, así que esto va a ser una experiencia interesante para mí.
I think we're going to go to slide number 7. We'll start there.
Creo que vamos a ir a la diapositiva número 7. Empezaremos ahí. Anna Vincent asked, will we get the handouts in English? They were only sent out in Spanish. Ana pregunta si vamos a recibir la documentación en inglés porque se envió en español.
Ana, la he mandado también en inglés esta mañana a las personas que me lo han pedido.
Anna, I sent it in English this morning to the people who asked for them.
Yeah, I only got the Spanish ones, so I'd like to get them in English.
Sí, solamente he recibido la versión en español, me gustaría la de inglés.
Can you check your email?
¿Puedes mirar tu correo a ver si lo has recibido?
Yeah, I got an email in Spanish
Sí,
with the Spanish one.
Sí, recibí un correo con los documentos en español.
But just before the starting of the meeting, I sent to you in English. Can you check it?
Pero justo antes de empezar el taller te lo he enviado. ¿Puedes mirar de nuevo?
Yeah, I only got Spanish.
Solo tengo el español.
Okay. Let me see.
Vale, pues lo miraré.
¿Lo podéis ver o no?
Can you see the slides?
No.
¿No?
¿Lo veis? Helen, ¿no se ve?
No, alguien ha dicho no. Someone said no. Did someone? Everyone's yes. Estelle says yes. Nieves says yes. Ok, parece que sí.
¿Tú lo
We
ves?
have,
Ah,
Sí.
ok.
Anna, we have the slides in Spanish. Are you just going to do the Spanish, or were you going to try and do the English, Spanish next to each other?
Ana, solamente se ve las diapositivas en español, solamente se va a ver la versión en español o vas a intentar que se vean la español y la inglesa a la vez en la pantalla.
Vale, lo intento, pero va a estar peor, pero bueno.
Yeah, I can try, but the layout is not going to be that good.
It's okay. We can just, well, let's ask the group. Would they like it in English alongside the Spanish, or are they happy to just have Spanish?
Vamos a preguntar al grupo que si les gustaría tenerlo en inglés y español o está bien con que esté solo en español.
Or maybe if you can put the English one in the chat, so we have it as well.
Quizás si puedes poner el de inglés en el chat para que lo podamos ver también.
Okay.
Rafael says, I can just open the English doc next to the Zoom screen. Dice, yo puedo abrir el documento en inglés al lado de la pantalla de Zoom. Con eso puedo apañarme.
Eso estaría bien.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'm just going to add it to the chat here for Anna. Hang on a second. There's a way to do it. I'm trying to figure it out.
Sí, voy a meter la versión en inglés en el chat para Ana. Voy a ver cómo lo puedo hacer.
It's not letting me do it. Sorry.
Ay, no me deja hacerlo, perdón.
Yeah.
Wonder if I can drag it across from my inbox on my.
A ver si puedo deslizarlo desde mi bandeja de entrada.
I tried that, but it's not working.
Yo he intentado eso, pero no funciona.
Can you just open as Rafaela says, close to your Zoom?
But she doesn't have a copy of it. That's what I heard.
I just added it.
I
Yo
sent,
acabo de
Hey.
añadirlo al chat. ¡Ah, qué bien!
Anna, I sent to you again, but I don't know why you don't receive it.
Ana, te lo he vuelto a enviar. No sé por qué no lo recibes.
But I see it in the chat now. Thank you.
Ah, ahora lo veo en el chat. Gracias.
Okay, then let me see if I open the Spanish one now.
Vale, voy a abrir el de español ahora.
That's the English one, Anna.
Ana, ese es el de inglés.
Sorry.
Perdón.
I think I'll start just by explaining the first slide that Anna is going to show, which is slide number 7.
Voy a empezar explicando la primera diapositiva que Ana va a mostrar, que es la diapositiva 7.
So this first slide, the reason I have the thing we need to do, the only thing that you need to learn is to be unafraid.
Lo único que necesitas aprender es no tener miedo.
Is because psychosis is just a fear state. I think that's if you click next, Anna.
Es porque la psicosis es un estado de miedo.
So because if someone's really, really frightened, the worst thing that you can do is kind of join them in their fear.
Porque si alguien tiene muchísimo miedo, lo peor que puedes hacer es juntarte a esa persona con miedo.
Yeah, it really frightens them more if you
Porque
do that.
eso les asusta aún más si haces eso.
So the next one kind of says that actually psychosis is a meaningful experience that can be understood, and this can help us to be less afraid of it.
En realidad, la psicosis es una experiencia significativa que puede ser entendida.
It is not a life sentence.
No es una cadena perpetua.
And people can and do recover. And sorry, go on.
Y las personas pueden y se recuperan. Perdona, sigue.
And some people don't even need any medications. And I've got here, you don't need a label or drugs.
Y hay algunas personas que ni siquiera necesitan medicación. Aquí he puesto que no es necesario etiquetas ni medicamentos.
So some people might want to take some medication, but many people can recover without it.
Algunas personas a lo mejor quieren tomar medicación, pero muchas de ellas pueden recuperarse sin ella.
And I want to caveat that particular one by saying, sorry, Helen. Yeah.
Sí, me gustaría matizar eso señalando
medication can stabilize people if they're in a very, very terror state, a very psychotic, frightened state. Medication can stabilize.
La medicación sí puede estabilizar a alguien que esté en un estado de terror extremo.
But the person has to kind of, no, don't say that. No, hang on.
Espera, no digas nada, un momentito.
I'm just having trouble with the flow of speaking, not speaking, so I apologize.
Perdona que estoy teniendo problemas con el fluir de hablar y no hablar, así que pido disculpas.
If the person would find benefit in medication, it's really helpful, but many people find it numbs them, and so they don't want to take it.
Si alguna persona siente que la medicación le puede beneficiar, está bien, pero hay otras que sienten que les entumece y prefieren no tomarla.
So in my work, I work with the person around what it is that they want to do.
Entonces, en mi trabajo hago eso, trabajo con la persona para ver qué es lo que quiere hacer.
And this next slide about the medical system explains why I view that medication isn't always helpful, and neither is the intervention.
Y esta próxima diapositiva explica un poco por qué pienso que a veces el sistema médico no ayuda tanto, ni tampoco la intervención.
Yeah. So when we detain and we forcibly medicate and we threaten with, more detention if they don't take their meds.
Si nosotros les internamos y utilizamos una medicación forzada y amenazamos con futuros ingresos,
it just escalates the psychosis. It escalates the fear the person is feeling, which makes the psychosis more necessary.
y eso escala aún más la psicosis, escala aún más el miedo que siente esa persona y hace más necesaria la psicosis.
And that often traumatizes the person. So they've come to the system with trauma, and then the system traumatizes them further.
Y eso normalmente traumatiza aún más a las personas. Llegan al sistema traumatizados y el sistema en sí les traumatiza aún más.
And the reason I put this slide in is I really want you to just know that. Don't be surprised if people come to you speaking about how when they went to medical services, it made things worse.
Y pongo esta diapositiva para que lo tengáis en cuenta, que no es extraño que te venga alguien que te diga, cuando fui a los servicios médicos, me empeoré.
Okay. So the next slide, the last point I want to comment on.
Y en esta diapositiva, en el último punto sobre el que quiero comentar,
is that some medications also can create psychosis.
Es que algunas medicaciones también pueden crear la psicosis.
Because the person's already distressed, and then we give them a medication, and some of the side effects of these medications are mania or delusions and other states.
Porque la persona ya en sí está angustiada y con la toma de la medicación algunos efectos secundarios son manías y delirios y otros efectos.
And also these parts who give the voices have a lot of energy.
También estas partes que son las voces tienen mucha energía.
And the more you try to suppress them, the more they will try to be heard.
Y cuanto más les reprimas, tanto más van a alzar la voz.
The next slide has a quote that I really like from very, very early literature about schizophrenia.
Y esta diapositiva tiene una cita que me encanta, que es de una lectura muy temprana sobre la esquizofrenia.
That I'll just read it actually, Helen.
Lo voy a leer.
It has been known, go on.
I'll translate it after you read the quote if you want.
Okay. Yeah, it has been known since the early years of modern psychiatry that an acute, curable psychosis became chronic when the affects began to disappear.
Se sabe desde los primeros años de la psiquiatría moderna que una psicosis aguda, curable, se vuelve crónica cuando los afectos comienzan a desaparecer.
So we really want to be able to stay with the person's parts who are trying to express something we don't want to suppress, what's trying to be heard.
Y así que realmente queremos estar con las partes de la persona, no queremos reprimir algo que necesita ser escuchado.
Okay. So the IFS view of psychosis is that really there are just parts who are polarized against each other and pulling in opposite directions, which most of you probably know.
Así que la visión de la psicosis según IFS es que realmente son partes que están polarizadas y que están tirando en direcciones opuestas, algo que creo que ya sabéis.
And they're polarized in beliefs and in roles.
Y se polarizan en las creencias y en sus roles.
So there may be a part who has a belief around worthlessness.
A lo mejor hay una parte que tiene una creencia sobre no tener ninguna valía.
And a protector who protects that part by believing they're Jesus.
Y el protector que protege a esa parte creyendo que es Jesús.
Or they may have different protectors trying to pull in opposite directions, so one keeps them away from life and
y a lo mejor tienen protectores que están tirando en direcciones opuestas. Una puede que le retire de la vida.
And another protector who tells them, you know, you're a wimp, get out of the house.
Y otro protector que dice, pues si eres un cobarde, sal de la casa.
Great. So the IFS view of psychosis is that the response is the psychosis, the parts are doing what they're doing because of an experience they had in life.
Y la idea de IFS con psicosis es que las partes están haciendo lo que hacen debido a una experiencia de vida.
And there's a really important bit of theory I would like to bring in here.
Y hay una pieza importante de teoría que me gustaría mostrar aquí.
It's the early writings on the double bind theory by Bateson.
Y sobre lo que escribió hace tiempo sobre el doble vínculo.
And we're going to come back to this slide, Anna, because we're going to go first of all to the double bind and then pop back to the dissociotic piece.
Entonces vamos a ir a esta teoría del doble vínculo y luego volveremos a esa diapositiva.
So the next slide talks about what is the double bind, and really
y esta próxima diapositiva habla sobre qué es el doble vínculo.
Bateson's theory says that the person who becomes psychotic
y la teoría de Bateson dice que la persona que se vuelve psicótica
chose that path because of an extreme sense of not knowing what other way to go when they were a child.
Surge esa parte por una sensación extrema de no saber hacia dónde ir cuando era niño.
And the way he describes it is that the child perceives a threat of punishment.
La manera en que lo describe Bateson es que el niño percibe una especie de amenaza o de castigo.
And that might be a real threat, an overt threat.
Y eso puede ser una amenaza real, abierta.
Of violence or anger, but it might also be something that is covertly conveyed to them by the parent.
Puede ser algo abierto como la violencia, pero a lo mejor puede ser algo ocultamente expresado de los padres.
And he actually says that even more devastating than an overt is where a parent expresses utter helplessness to the child.
Y incluso más devastador que una violencia abierta y directa es cuando los padres expresan su total impotencia ante el niño.
So the the interaction might be that the mother is completely overwhelmed by the need of the child, for instance.
La interacción puede ser, por ejemplo, que la madre pueda sentirse totalmente desbordada por las necesidades del niño.
And the threat is of withdrawal, from the mother withdrawing.
Y la amenaza es que la madre se retira del niño.
And then, so that's like the first injunction.
Y eso sería la primera percepción.
And then the second injunction contradicts the first injunction, also with a perceived threat.
Y la segunda comunicación también contradice la primera con una amenaza percibida.
So in the example of the overwhelmed mother, she may say, I love you, I want to take care of you, after she says, you know, I'm overwhelmed, I can't manage, and it's confusing to the child.
Sí, entonces en el ejemplo de esta madre abrumada, a lo mejor en un primer instante le dice a su hijo, te quiero, quiero cuidarte, y luego después le dice, no puedo más, es demasiado para mí.
And then there's a third level injunction which prohibits the child from escaping from responding.
Y luego hay un tercer nivel de percepción, de comunicación, de que le prohíbe al niño a escaparse.
And so, for instance, the child might want to just in the milieu or the environment of that confusing double message, they might want to just kind of say shut down, but the tertiary injunction is I demand a response from you, but then obviously any response will be unwelcome.
Entonces, en el entorno del niño donde está recibiendo ese doble mensaje contradictorio, a lo mejor lo que quiere es apagarse, pero al mismo tiempo un tercer mensaje le llega diciendo, yo exijo una respuesta de ti, y él sabiendo que cualquier respuesta que dé no va a ser adecuada.
And this leads to a belief inside of the person where they're not allowed to not only they're not allowed to express their thoughts and feelings, they're not allowed to even know them for themselves.
Y esto crea una creencia dentro de la persona en que no es que no puede ni siquiera expresar sus sentimientos y necesidades, sino tampoco tiene derecho a tener sentimientos y necesidades y estar en contacto con ellas.
Yeah. So this sets up a cycle of relating in the child. And then once that's established,
y esto crea un ciclo de relación interior en el niño, y una vez que esto se establezca,
it only takes a small trigger to trigger one of those pieces that gets enacted.
Y solamente hace falta una pequeña activación para que se active uno de esos estados.
Okay. So I would like to give you, so yeah, go to the next slide, Anna.
Vamos a ir a la próxima diapositiva.
Yeah, so that slide there, sorry, hang on, I'm trying to navigate between a couple of things here. That slide there explains the fact that what happens when a person's triggered into that old double bind sequence is that either panic or rage arises in the person.
Entonces, ¿qué pasa si esa persona está en ese ciclo de doble vínculo, en lo que la reacción que se suele tener es de pánico o de rabia?
But it's not, the person's not allowed to really even know it. So then they're sort of enacting something they don't understand.
Entonces, pero la persona no tiene el permiso de conocer ese estado, esa rabia y ese pánico. Entonces están como que actuando en algo que no entienden.
And I have an example. I didn't actually put it in the slide because I was trying to be succinct.
Tengo un ejemplo que no he puesto en las diapositivas porque quería ser concisa.
But I wonder if it's worth reading it. Let's just pause 1 second. Anna, can you stop the slide share?
Sí, igual lo puedo leer. Vamos a hacer una pausa. Ana, ¿puedes quitar las diapositivas?
I can share it in English and then we can translate it, or we can just really check what questions people have. I think the example gives a good explanation. I'm sorry I didn't put it in. I literally was thinking this is too difficult a topic.
Podemos compartirlo en inglés y después que se traduzca o ver qué preguntas tenemos. Quizás siento no haberlo puesto en las diapositivas. Pensé que a lo mejor que era un tema demasiado difícil para tratar.
So I wonder what you think.
¿Y
Ana.
qué te parece, Ana?
El del libro, la pieza del libro.
Are you talking about the excerpt from the book?
No, I was thinking there's a really very short, let me just show it quickly and you can have a look at it.
Sí, no, estaba pensando en otro ejemplo que es breve. Lo voy a mostrar.
This is an example of a man who was in a psychiatric ward where
Esto
this double bind happened.
Esto es un ejemplo de alguien que estaba ingresada en una sala psiquiátrica, un pabellón, y que vivió un doble vínculo, un episodio de doble vínculo.
So I'll just give this example. I was hoping to hear from the group, but I think that might be a bit hard. So
Voy a dar este ejemplo. Estaba yo esperando saber la opinión del grupo, pero a lo mejor es un poquito difícil tenerla.
So maybe, Helen, if you can just read that in Spanish and everyone else can read it in English.
Helen, si tú lo puedes traducir directamente a español y los demás que lo lean en inglés, ok. Teoría de doble vínculo. Un ejemplo sencillo de un intercambio de doble vínculo. Okay. Un hombre joven que se había recuperado de un episodio de esquizofrenia aguda fue visitado en el hospital por su madre. Estaba contenta de verla, eso es lo que él sentía que tenía que hacer, y impulsivamente puso sus brazos sobre sus hombros. Y en ese momento la madre se tensó, él quitó su brazo y ella le preguntó, ¿pero ya no me quieres? Entonces él se ruborizó y ella dijo, querido, no debes ser tan fácilmente avergonzado y temoroso de tus sentimientos. El paciente fue capaz de estar con ella solamente durante unos minutos más y después de que se fue la madre pidió ayuda. Ah, no, perdona, golpeó un ayudante.
Great. Thank you, Helen.
Gracias, Helen.
I want to just, before I open it for questions, I haven't got to the IFS piece, but this all informs it, which is really important.
Antes de abrir un turno de preguntas, no hemos llegado precisamente a la pieza de IFS, pero esto sí que tiene IFS incorporado.
I want to go back to slide number 12, Anna, which is 2 back from this one, the one we were on.
Quiero ir a la diapositiva número 12, que es 2 antes que esta.
Yeah, that one.
Esa.
So when we think about the double bind theory, really what we're thinking about is the person's response is dissociative.
Cuando pensamos en la teoría del doble vínculo, lo que estamos viendo es que la respuesta del cliente es disociativa.
And that there is a part who is trying to communicate something,
Hay una parte que está intentando comunicar algo
and there are so many parts who are afraid of it being communicated,
y hay tantas partes que temen que eso sea comunicado,
that the system very cleverly has a way of putting it out there in hidden language.
y que el sistema se busca una manera muy sabia de expresarlo en un lenguaje oculto.
And the goal is to, if they say it in this kind of metaphoric hidden language, they'll check whether it's safe enough, whether it lands safely enough.
Y si se quedan en este lenguaje metafórico, oculto, chequean si lo que dicen llega de manera segura.
So there are two very well-known authors talking about this.
Hay dos autores muy conocidos que hablan de esto.
Eleanor Longden talks about the client communicating while concealing.
Eleanor Longden habla sobre cómo el cliente comunica a la vez que oculta.
And Matt Ball, or Matthew Ball, has a concept called dissociocotic.
Y Matt Ball o Matthew Ball tiene un concepto que él llama disociacótico.
And so maybe unshare, Anna, unshare the screen.
¿Puedes quitar las diapositivas, Ana?
So just to explain that piece, if the person can't even know from themselves the bind they feel inside, maybe they have rage at their mother, but also love her intensely.
Y llegado a este punto, si la persona no puede percibir claramente que tiene este doble vínculo, que a lo mejor por un lado siente rabia hacia su madre y al otro lado la ama intensamente.
So that they're not allowed to know it, but the parts know it, and they want to have that understood.
Y ellos no tienen permiso para ser conscientes de ese doble vínculo, pero sus partes sí que son conscientes y quieren comunicarlo.
So it's like almost like the psychosis is placed here between me and the other person to create safety.
Es como si se pone la psicosis en medio de mí y de la otra persona para crear seguridad.
So that concept of the psychosis being placed between is the dissociocotic concept that Matt Ball uses.
Y ese concepto de que se planta la psicosis entre el cliente y yo es la teoría de Matt para crear esa seguridad.
And so my job as the therapist is to create enough safety for slowly what wants to be known to be allowed to come up.
Mi trabajo como terapeuta de IFS es crear la suficiente seguridad para que lentamente lo que quiera ser conocido pueda ser conocido en un entorno seguro.
And it's sort of what I call the dance of psychosis.
Es lo que yo llamo el baile de la psicosis,
where we hear something, maybe it's coded in language that isn't completely clear.
donde escuchamos algo que a lo mejor está codificado en un lenguaje que no es completamente claro.
And I'm listening for the themes that I know from the person's story, biography.
Y yo estoy escuchando por los temas que ya conozco de la historia de la persona, de su biografía.
I'm listening for the parts.
Estoy escuchando sus partes.
And I'm reflecting back, but I'm also knowing that my reflections, the other parts are maybe afraid to have me reflect that back to the person.
Y estoy también reflejando en lo que me va diciendo la persona, pero al mismo tiempo soy consciente que las partes de la persona temen que yo lo refleje.
So there is a process where the person speaks, I reflect, and then in the next moment, what they've just told me might be disowned.
Y hay un proceso donde la persona habla, yo reflejo, y en el momento siguiente, justo lo que acaba de decir, acaba de decir la persona, lo niega.
So the goal is the therapist is holding the threads of all the things said and allowing the client to use the psychosis to speak and then reveal and then deny, reveal and deny.
Entonces, el goal es que el psicoterapeuta de IFS va sosteniendo todos estos hilos y la dinámica es que el cliente pueda revelar y después negarlo, revelarlo y negarlo.
So I'm going to show you what that looks like in a demo video now, because I'm imagining it probably sounds very confusing at the moment.
Y voy a mostrar cómo es esto, vais a verlo en un vídeo de una demo, porque me imagino que hablado así os llega como muy confuso.
Yeah, so we're going to do that in a moment, but I want to just have questions first.
Y vamos a hacer eso en un momento, pero quiero abrir este espacio para cualquier pregunta que tengáis.
Stephanie, hay personas que tienen madres con las que tienen este doble vínculo, pero no llegan a una esquizofrenia.
Stephanie, there are people that have this double bind with their mother, but they haven't gotten to a schizophrenic state.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Sí, sí, eso es así. Eso es así.
¿Se sabe por qué hay personas que sí y personas que no? ¿Es porque tienes el gen o...?
And is there any reason for that? Do we know why people get to a schizophrenic state, why people don't? Is there a gene that decides that? Or...
That's a very difficult question to answer.
Es una pregunta muy difícil de responder.
Dick Schwartz and Frank Anderson believe there is a genetic disposition for psychosis.
Dick Schwartz y Frank Anderson sí que creen que hay una disposición genética para la psicosis.
And the part pushes the button.
Y la parte pulsa el botón.
I don't really see there's any evidence for anything genetic.
Yo no veo que haya ninguna evidencia para algo genético.
And there has been a lot of literature written about the fallacy of the gene link with schizophrenia.
Y ha habido mucha literatura sobre la falacia de este gen ligado a la psicosis.
So I don't have an answer for why it sometimes happens and why it doesn't.
No tengo respuesta de por qué algunas veces ocurre y otras veces no.
My best guess is that just like parts choose addiction or self-harm or any other ways of coping because it is their best option, that's why.
Y mi mejor respuesta sería como igual que hay partes que eligen la adicción, pues que es su mejor opción, la esquizofrenia.
And a little bit, so I have a theory. I'm not trying to overstate what I don't know. It's a theory.
Y tengo una teoría, no voy a decir algo que garantice lo que no sepa.
That most of the people I work with are really trying so hard to be good. They believe they're bad and they're trying hard to be good.
la mayoría de las personas con las que trabajo están intentando tanto ser buenos, creen que son malos, intentan tan duramente ser buenos.
And so there's something in the double bind about this, this thing about believing they're evil and trying so desperately to be good, and it doesn't work.
Y hay algo allí en el doble vínculo donde creen que son muy malos y están intentando ser buenos y no funciona.
But there's no research, so that's just Stephanie's very, very vague.
Pero esto no está basada en ninguna investigación, sino que es la teoría muy vaga, ¿no? De mía, de Stephanie.
Yeah, just a guess.
Es una adivinanza, ¿no? Así como...
Tiene sentido, muchas gracias.
It makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So, Rafael, so good to see you, by the way.
Qué bueno verte, Rafaela.
Yeah, so I have my question is maybe similar to Anna's around. I'm trying to think how to formulate this, but around this being a continuum of experiences that doesn't have to end up in psychosis, but the same kind of mechanisms, sort of internal patterns of parts responding in similar ways.
Mi pregunta va un poco en la línea de Ana también sobre estas experiencias continuas que no tienen por qué acabar en psicosis, pero sí que hay patrones de cómo se responden de alguna manera.
And I've been thinking about, because like I have a specialty to work with people who are gifted. A lot of highly sensitive people are of that population.
Y yo estoy especializada en trabajar con personas que sean superdotadas o que tengan una sensibilidad extrema.
And there's also, so there's a high sensitivity, but there's also an intensity to how they are, to their experience.
Y hay una especie de alta sensibilidad y gran intensidad de cómo son, de su experiencia.
That picking up minute cues
Yeah.
can be sort of blown up and lead to huge responses like anger and rage.
Y quizás percibiendo, cogiendo pistas pequeñísimas pueden de alguna manera ser ampliadas y provocar respuestas de una fuerte rabia.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what the question is, but it was, but there was something about what you were saying, and when you said trying so hard to be good, that really resonated with me.
Y no sé cuál es mi pregunta, pero cuando tú has dicho que estaban intentando tanto ser buenos, eso resonó mucho conmigo.
Yeah, so everything you're saying resonates with me, Rafaela.
Todo lo que dices resuena conmigo, Rafaela.
There is an extreme sensitivity, and they pick up on stuff.
Hay una sensibilidad extrema y ellos olfatean todo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I don't really, because there's no question, I don't really know what to say.
Como no es una pregunta, no sé qué más decir.
Nieves?
Sí, bueno, yo no sé si va a ser una pregunta también.
I'm not sure that if this is a question.
Porque estaba pensando formularla antes de que Stephanie hablaras.
Because I was formulating the question in my head before Rafaela spoke.
No, Stephanie.
Oh, sorry, Stephanie spoke.
Sí, yo quería preguntar a Stephanie porque una observación que tengo de las personas que veo con esquizofrenia.
I wanted to ask you, Stephanie, because one thing that I observe with my clients who have schizophrenia,
incluso las que no están diagnosticadas tampoco, pero están un poco extremo.
even with those people who are not diagnosed with schizophrenia, but might be in extreme states.
es que son descritas por sus familiares, por su madre principalmente,
they're usually described by their family or especially by their mother
como niñas o niños muy buenos,
as
que nunca dieron problemas,
very, very good children that always behaved, that never came up
muy
with any
tímidos,
problems, very shy,
muy sensibles.
very sensitive.
Y a veces hay un familiar, que el padre o la madre, que se identifica con estos rasgos también.
And sometimes there's a mother or a father or a family member that also identified with these characteristics.
Y los psiquiatras tienen tendencia a explicarlo como algo genético.
And the psychiatrists usually tend to explain it as something that's genetic.
Y mi pregunta, sí hay pregunta.
Yeah, and my question is, well, I do have a question.
Mi pregunta es, esto es un pensamiento mío y le pregunto a ella.
And this is something that I think, but I want to ask what you think about it.
¿Hasta qué punto esta supuesta genética
Up to what point this supposed genetics
son partes de los propios progenitores
can be parts of the parents
que no pueden hacer este cuidado a sus hijos
that can't offer this caring that their children needed,
y hacen esta entrada retirada afectiva con ellos,
and they do this
el doble vínculo?
this withdrawal and withdrawing and going towards and withdrawing and going towards with their affects and with their children?
Porque yo encuentro difícil a veces trabajar con los padres,
Because for me, sometimes it's difficult to work with the parents.
porque encuentro esto, quiero a mi hijo, quiero ayudarlo, pero no puedo más. Yo no puedo más.
I find this, I love my child, I want to help him, but this is too much for me. It's too much for me. And I see that in the parents.
Yes. Yes. It is very hard. I do a lot of working with the person who's the identified patient and the family, and it is very hard for the parents. It is very hard for them to see anything they're doing.
Sí, yo hago mucho trabajo con la persona, entre comillas, diagnosticada y con la familia, y es muy complicado que la familia pueda ver lo que está haciendo.
And it's hard for them to do a different dance too, I think.
Y es difícil para ellos también hacer un baile diferente.
Sí.
You know, this workshop is normally 2 days long, and so I've tried to condense it down, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, there's so much I need to tell you.
Normalmente este taller lo doy en 2 días y intentando meterlo todo en esta mañana y estoy sintiendo que es que hay tantas cosas que quiero compartir con vosotros.
Yeah, and so Nieves, I'm working with the family at the moment. You'll get to see the son, and the video is about what happened between him and his mom.
En Nieves estoy trabajando con un paciente y con su familia ahora, y el vídeo muestra lo que ocurre con él y con su madre.
Yeah. I do want to say one thing about, you know, the good. I don't want to overstate that. Obviously, there's plenty of people who have these experiences who go into rebellion as well.
No quiero pasar por alto esto, pero es obvio que hay personas que están en este estado y pasan a un estado de rebelión.
But when I speak to them, you find out that was in response to the fact that the being good never worked.
Pero cuando hablo con ellos, eso fue en respuesta al hecho de que ser bueno nunca funcionó.
I also want to say 2 other things that I'm just thinking as I'm listening and to myself and others speaking.
Y quiero decir 2 cosas más mientras me estoy escuchando a mí misma y los demás mientras hablan.
One of the things is that in my longer training, I sort of go through all the theories of psychosis.
Una de las cosas es que en mis formaciones más largas repaso todas las teorías sobre la psicosis.
And something that's very, very important to me to speak about is, and I haven't included it here because we're needing to be brief.
Y una de las cosas que es muy importante para mí mencionar, que no lo he sacado aquí, incluido aquí, porque teníamos que ser más breves,
is that many people in the Hearing Voices world movement
muchas personas en el movimiento de las voces
speak about their experiences as being a spiritual emergence.
y hablan sobre su experiencia de ser una emergencia espiritual.
Yeah, so that just feels really important. I'm really keeping, oh my gosh, let me slow down, Helen.
Y esto es muy importante, o sea, estoy intentando sostener esto. Ay, perdona, Helen, voy a parar un poco.
There are spiritual components to psychosis. There are family of origin pieces, and then there's even unattached burden pieces that Rob Falconer talks about.
Y hay componentes de la psicosis que son espirituales, que vienen de la familia, que son cargas desapegadas, que es el tema sobre que habla Bob Falconer.
The most important piece, though, is that we stay with the client's reality.
Pero la pieza más importante es que nos quedemos con la realidad del cliente.
So if they're speaking about it in spiritual terms, I want to be open to hearing their meaning making.
Y si están hablando de ello en términos espirituales, yo quiero estar abierta a escuchar la dimensión espiritual que le da al cliente.
Yeah, and the same for all the other meaning making they make. You know, if it's not spirituality, if it's some other piece, then we want to stay with that understanding.
Y si no es un significado espiritual, pues queremos quedarnos con los demás significados que dé el propio cliente.
Great. Lucia, did I pronounce that right?
¿Lo he pronunciado bien? ¿Tu nombre?
Lucía.
Okay. Lucía.
Tenía una duda relativamente rápida.
I have a pretty quick doubt.
De la experiencia que yo tengo al trabajar con pacientes que tienen voces o estados que tienen voces.
From the experience I have with working with patients that hear voices or in states that hear voices.
Sí que veo diferencias en el tratamiento si tienen trastornos disociativos, si son estrés postraumático con subtipos disociativos o psicosis.
I do see a difference if they are have some type of dissociative disorder, or if it's from a PTSD, or if it's a dissociative state related to a PTSD. I see difference in the treatments depending on where they're coming from.
Y psicosis.
And psychosis also.
Y me preguntaba para IFS y para ti si ves alguna diferenciación a la hora de, o sea, si la forma de intervenir es distinta, si veis rasgos, por ejemplo, de un TID, o es todo, la forma de intervenir es igual para, no sé si me estoy explicando.
So my question is that if in I'm asking IFS and asking you, do you intervene differently if they're coming from those different origins, if it's a TID, or is the intervention different?
Yeah, it is different. So in my experience, yeah, PTSD-based psychosis, because there's also drug-induced psychosis, which is actually very similar to PTSD, how I would approach that.
Sí, el abordaje sí que es diferente dependiendo del origen. Una cosa es la psicosis de PTSD y otra también de la inducción de drogas que viene de ahí, pero la manera es bastante similar.
With DID, can I just check, is she saying DID that has a psychotic part or separate?
¿Estás hablando de TID que tiene una parte psicótica o si están separadas?
del DID en general y luego de estilos de estrés postraumático con subtipos disociativos, con partes disociativas y psicosis.
Yeah, in DID in general, and also a PTSD with parts that are dissociative and psychotic.
Igual no era una pregunta rápida esta.
Maybe it
Perdón.
wasn't a quick question.
Yeah. So the answer is, yeah, it is a different, DID is different to what I'm suggesting we're doing with someone who's just got a PTSD-based psychosis, yes.
Sí, lo que se hace con el TID es diferente a lo que yo estoy sugiriendo de alguien que a lo mejor que tenga psicosis en base a una PTSD.
Yeah, okay. Ana?
Sí, solamente preguntarte si la teoría del doble vínculo es lo mismo que un apego ansioso preocupado.
I wanted to ask you if the double bind is the same as the anxious attachment,
Anxious worried. Like,
anxious worried attachment.
It doesn't appear to be for me.
Para mí no es lo mismo.
The double bind is that it could be, sorry, I'm just trying to put that together. I've never thought of that question, Ana.
Sí, podría ser, lo estaba encajando porque nunca me había planteado esa pregunta.
I think the double bind has the third injunction. So it's not only the two things that are going on, but that the child is not allowed to even know their own knowings and therefore, and they're not allowed to not respond to the parent.
Y yo creo que el apego ansioso sí que tiene el mensaje doble contradictoria, pero el doble vínculo tiene la tercera intervención cuando el niño no puede ni siquiera ser consciente de lo que está viviendo, ni siquiera comunicarlo.
okay. Gracias.
Okay, great. So what I accidentally did that. All right, so I think, are we going to take a break, Anna? Oh, Maureen.
My question is about when you say that if a child has a knowing and is not allowed to know the knowing, who's holding is there a part holding the knowing? And another part concealing that?
Mi pregunta tiene que ver sobre que hay como un conocimiento, pero el niño no tiene derecho a tener acceso a ese conocimiento. Entonces hay una parte que sostiene ese conocimiento, hay otra parte que lo oculta.
Yes, the part holds, just say for instance, anger. I'm not allowed to know that I'm really angry at my father, for instance, because I love him so much.
Sí, por ejemplo, el enfado no está permitido que yo esté enfadado con mi padre porque le quiero tanto.
And I might also not be able to know that I'm deeply disappointed in him.
Y quizás tampoco estoy permitido saber que estoy profundamente decepcionado con él.
And I might not even be allowed to know for myself, some other thing like, that I feel worthless, for instance.
O a lo mejor tampoco está permitido que yo conozca de mí mismo que yo me siente totalmente inútil, por ejemplo.
But all of those things are held by different parts, and the person really is just protectors, like bouncing from one to the other in order to kind of manage. Yeah.
Sí, entonces todo eso está sostenido por partes y los protectores están saltándose de un lugar a otro para gestionar todo eso.
How is that, Maureen?
Oh, yeah.
¿Te he respondido, Maureen? ¿Sí?
Gracias.
Yeah, great. All right, so Anna, I don't know the time schedule. Are we taking a break or should we do the video next? It's about 25 minutes.
Ana, no sé muy bien cómo va la agenda. Hacemos un descanso ahora. Vemos el vídeo. El vídeo dura unos 25 minutos.
It's up to you.
Oh, okay.
Lo que tú quieras.
Yeah, so in a 5-hour workshop, I'd often try and get in a break, at least 2 breaks. So let's take a break now.
Sí, en un taller de 5 horas me gustaría tener 2 descansitos. O sea que vamos a descansar ahora.
So we will have 10 minutes just for a kind of bio break.
10 minutos para un descansito biológico.
Helen, can I ask you, do you in Spain, this is trendy in America to call it a bio break. Do you call it that?
Me pregunta si en español decimos un descanso biológico. Not really, but
Pero entendemos.
but we understand, sí, no mucho, pero lo entendemos.
All right, I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutos. Okay, thank you. Sasha es un líder en el movimiento de recuperación psiquiatra a nivel mundial.
So I probably, just as we're going to get back in and watch this video, I do really want to say to everyone, as we're kind of landing and waiting for everyone to finally come back, I have been a big activist in the psychiatric. Some people call it the recovery movement, because the psychiatric survive movement was really much earlier.
Sí. Yo, mientras que estamos esperando a poner el vídeo y que la gente va llegando, yo soy una gran activista en el movimiento de recuperación psiquiátrica. Antes lo llamaban el movimiento de sobrevivencia psiquiátrica.
But I prefer, rather than recovery, I like the psychiatric survivor movement, because it feels like a protest.
Pero más que el movimiento de recuperación, me gusta mucho el movimiento de sobrevivencia psiquiátrica, porque hay más energía de protesta en eso.
Yeah, so anyway, feels good to kind of talk about, to use language that really speaks to the mainstream can be so pathologizing for people.
Sienta bien poder utilizar un lenguaje que exprese que los movimientos estándar pueden ser tan patologizantes.
Yeah, okay. So that feels really nice to be part of that still, and have been for about a decade a part of that movement.
Y sienta muy bien ser parte de ese movimiento durante los últimos 10 años.
Okay. So let's get back to it, and I'm just going to share this video with you all. I'll just find it to make sure it's all ready to go. Yay, it's all ready to go, and it's got Spanish subtitles.
Vamos a empezar de nuevo y vamos a mostrar este vídeo que tiene subtítulos en español.
Which was a bit of an adventure for Anna and I. Well, it was an adventure for me.
Porque fue una aventura para Ana y para mí. Pues bueno, fue una aventura para mí.
So I've got parts who are very proud that I figured out a way to make this, put the Spanish subtitles on.
Así que tengo partes que se sienten muy orgullosas que hayan sabido poner los subtítulos en el vídeo.
¿Compartes tú por si paras en algún momento?
Would you like to have control of the video in case you want to stop at some moment?
Can you share it?
I can share it, Anna, but if you want to, because if there's a word that's been translated incorrectly, you might want to stop and clarify.
Yo no puedo hacerlo, pero si tú lo quieres parar de vez en cuando por si hay alguna palabra que nos haya traducido bien y tú quieras aclarar.
Let me see if I can. Right.
Voy a intentarlo.
Okay. Right, so there's a sense of, you're kind of saying there's nothing wrong with my logic about not taking in new media because of something that I don't understand.
I wonder if we could
pause it for a second because the sound quality is not great.
Podemos parar un momento porque la calidad del sonido no es demasiado bueno.
Did you share the sound when you shared the screen?
¿Has compartido sonido cuando has compartido la pantalla?
Sí. A mí me suena bien, ¿a vosotros no?
It sounds okay to me. It doesn't sound good to you.
Oh, it's a little bit fuzzy on my end.
Sí, por aquí es como que suena con un poco de interferencias, un poco fuerte.
Maybe it's... Okay.
Just unshare, Anna, if you unshare, and then when you go to share, the bottom left-hand corner, it says share video sound, and it offers a better quality. When you know, when you're choosing the screen, like share screen, it gives you all the screen options. You down the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little tiny box that says share sound.
Sí, puedes dejar de compartir pantalla. Antes de compartir pantalla, en los ajustes pone compartir sonido de pantalla antes de abrir la pantalla y suena mejor en las opciones que hay para compartir pantalla.
Can you see that or not? Otherwise, I can share it.
Si lo ves, si no, lo comparto yo.
I don't see. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll share. Okay.
Vale, entonces lo comparto yo.
Please put in the chat if it's still not good quality. What just happened? Hang on.
Si no está bien el sonido, ponerlo en el chat, por favor.
Because it could be the Vimeo, but I have this saved on my laptop. Actually, maybe I'll just play it straight from my laptop.
Porque puede ser bien el problema de Vimeo, pero yo lo tengo guardado en mi propio portátil. Creo que lo voy a compartir directamente desde mi portátil.
All right, we'll get this right now.
Bueno, vamos a ver esto.
Here we go.
Vamos allá.
Right, so there's a sense of, sorry, I just realized I need to do an introduction first to this client because you won't understand what's going on.
Ay, perdona, me acabo de dar cuenta que tengo que presentar al cliente, si no, no vais a entender lo que está ocurriendo.
Okay, so this client is 21 and he is the child of a single mom.
Este cliente tiene 21 años y es hijo de una madre soltera.
And his mother is fairly controlling.
Y su madre es bastante controladora.
He was an anxious boy who didn't feel he fitted in.
Era un niño ansioso que sentía que no encajaba.
And she was very concerned about him being polite and doing everything socially acceptable.
Y ella estaba muy preocupada porque su hijo fuera bien educado, que hiciera todo lo que fuera socialmente aceptable.
And she admits that her concern about him being socially acceptable when he was a child made her very critical.
Y ella admite que su preocupación para que su hijo fuera socialmente aceptable le convirtió en una madre muy crítica.
And even still in the family sessions, there is an element of her not really wholeheartedly approving of him.
Incluso en las reuniones ahora de familia hay un elemento de ella que no le acepta totalmente.
He really loves his mother.
Él ama muchísimo a su madre.
He feels sorry for her that she was a single mother who did her best.
Y también siente lástima por ella porque fue madre soltera, hizo lo mejor que pudo.
And he doesn't like, sorry, hang on. Yeah, he has a dance between constant, extreme approval seeking.
Y él baila entre un constante búsqueda de extrema de aprobación de su madre
and trying to be very, very socially acceptable to everybody.
intentando ser muy, muy, muy socialmente aceptable a todo el mundo.
And then sort of these very small rebellious expressions.
Y después alguna de estas expresiones pequeñas, rebeldes.
Anna, can you share slides 22 to 25?
Ana, ¿puedes compartir las diapositivas de 22 a 25?
Yeah, so that's what I just told you. Go to the next one.
Eso es
I
lo
can't
que
read
acabo
Spanish.
de compartir con vosotros. ¿Podéis? No puedo leer español.
Okay, and then the next, let me just find where I'm up to.
Voy a ver
So
dónde
he had a drug-induced frightening experience at 17.
tuvo una experiencia inducida por las drogas que le asustó muchísimo cuando tuvo 17 años.
And then again when he was 21.
Y de nuevo cuando tenía 21 años.
And okay, go back a couple of slides actually, Anna.
Retroceder unas diapositivas, Ana.
Yeah, go, sorry, forward. Yeah, that one. Okay.
Esa.
And he started, so he just was very anxious after the psychosis, these difficult experiences that were not labeled as psychotic at the time.
Después de esas experiencias difíciles que no fueron etiquetadas como psicosis en ese momento,
his anxiety increased and he started to have things called ideas of reference.
Y su ansiedad incrementó, empezó a tener lo que llamamos ideas de referencia.
And so he was very isolated, secluded, believed that things were speaking to him, like music had a special message for him.
Y él estaba muy aislado, recluido, empezó a sentir que estaba recibiendo mensajes, que cosas le hablaron, como si la música tuviera un mensaje especial para él.
And you'll hear him in the demonstration talk about the fact that he can't consume new media.
Y por ejemplo, podéis escuchar en la demo diciendo que no puede consumir nuevas noticias.
And by media, he means like YouTube videos, television, music.
Y cuando dice medios audiovisuales, pues quiere decir el YouTube, la televisión, la música.
Because he believes that because these messages were given to him through the music, if he was to continue taking even more of these important messages, he'll be greedy.
Porque él cree que como estos mensajes le llegan a través de la música, si continúa escuchando la música, sería avaricioso.
So that's the themes that he has in his life.
Esos son los temas que tiene en su vida.
Probably go to the next slide, Anna.
En la próxima diapositiva.
The next one as well, sorry, themes. That he's a bad person and he's done bad things.
Los temas que le rondan es que es una mala persona, que ha hecho cosas malas.
And that the themes are, I'm just trying to remember exactly because I haven't written it as well as I could on that slide there.
Estoy intentando acordar los temas exactamente porque no los he escrito también como hubiera podido. Vale, ya.
the themes are being socially acceptable, believing he's bad, not ever wanting to criticize his mum, but also kind of covertly he knows that these things that he currently feels have to do with his childhood.
Los temas son siendo socialmente aceptable, cumpliendo las expectativas de su madre, y él sabe que estos temas ocultos tienen que ver con su niñez.
But he has to deny that because he doesn't want to be hurt at his mother, angry at his mother.
Pero tiene que denegar eso porque no quiere estar enfadado con su madre.
So if we go to the slide that has therapeutic work.
Si vamos a la diapositiva que pone trabajo terapéutico.
Hang on. Where did you just
¿Dónde
go?
pone trabajo terapéutico?
Back two more.
Dos hacia atrás.
That one, yeah.
Sí, esa.
So my job is I am listening for the themes that are in what the psychiatrist is calling ideas of reference. So ideas of reference are where you believe you get messages from external things like media.
Y yo estoy intentando escuchar los temas, también estas ideas de referencia. Estas ideas de referencia es cuando tú crees que recibes mensajes del exterior, por ejemplo, a través de la media.
So my job is to listen to what are the things from his childhood that are hidden within the messages that are being conveyed.
Entonces, mi trabajo es escuchar esa información biográfica de su niñez que están escondidas dentro de esos mensajes que está recibiendo.
I'm always encouraging him to not be socially appropriate.
Y yo siempre le estoy animando que no sea socialmente apropiado.
To make space for his rebellious part to be heard in the session.
Que haya espacio para que se pueda escuchar su parte rebelde en la sesión.
To trust his own knowings.
De confiar en su propia sabiduría.
Eventually we'll get to the exile work and we dip in and out, but to not get hung up on going to exiles at this early stage.
Y eventualmente llegaremos al trabajo con el exiliado y entraremos y saldremos, pero no vamos a empeñarnos en llegar a él en esta primera fase.
Yeah. So Anna, stop the share.
Vale, ¿puedes dejar de compartir pantalla, Ana?
And I'll just tell you what happened just before this session. So his mother had told him.
Voy a compartir justo lo que ocurrió justo antes de esta sesión. Su madre le había dicho
that he wasn't taking his psychosis seriously.
Que él no estaba tomando en serio su psicosis.
That because he does believe that the media tells him special messages.
Como él cree que los medios audiovisuales le hacen llegar mensajes especiales.
That he wasn't really, that's not the right thing. He should stop doing that. And if he doesn't,
que eso no era lo correcto, que tendría que parar de hacer eso. Y si no parase de hacerlo,
if he doesn't and he ends up in hospital again, she won't support him.
Que si él no hace eso y acaba en el hospital de nuevo, ella le va a dejar de apoyar.
So for me, therapeutically, for him to be open to understanding his experience is really, really important.
Para mí, terapéuticamente, que él esté abierto a comprender sus experiencias es muy importante.
But she's inviting him to ignore these experiences.
Pero su madre le está invitando a ignorar estas experiencias.
And while in some ways this is problematic and very sad,
y aunque de alguna manera esto es muy problemático y muy triste,
it sort of has ended up being a bit of a gift for the therapeutic work.
Ha sido ahora un regalo para el trabajo terapéutico.
He currently is trying very hard to not be psychotic.
Él ahora mismo está intentando muy duramente a no ser psicótico.
And he is trying not to think those ideas of reference.
Y está intentando no pensar en esas ideas de referencia.
Because he doesn't want to lose his mother's love.
Porque no quiere perder el amor de su madre.
But he's pretty distressed.
Pero está bastante angustiado.
And he wants to start drinking and doing things to try and manage the pain.
Y quiere empezar a beber y hacer cosas para manejar el dolor.
So you will get to see me in this session.
Me vais a ver en esta sesión.
Staying with the thread of the themes. I don't get caught on tangents at all.
Quedándome con el hilo de los temas, no me pierdo por los tangentes.
And when he gets very distracted, it's a part saying, this is very hard to talk about.
Y cuando él se distrae mucho, es una parte que está diciendo, uy, es muy duro hablar de esto para mí.
So I just do two things. Either I just show interest. So at one point he shows me some things on the screen. I show interest. I want to show I care. I'm interested in even the tangents I want to know about.
Entonces hago dos cosas, muestro mi interés, a lo mejor me muestra algo en la pantalla y muestro que estoy interesada, aunque sean los tangentes.
And then if it becomes too difficult, I say, is it too difficult to talk about?
Entonces si se vuelve demasiado difícil, pregunto, ¿es demasiado difícil hablar de esto?
And depending on the response, we may continue even though it is difficult, or we may take a break.
Y dependiendo de la respuesta que me dé, o continuamos aunque sea difícil o hacemos un descanso.
So you'll get to see this happen, okay? And then we'll have questions.
Vais a ver todo esto ocurriendo en el vídeo y luego haremos preguntas.
Okay. You're kind of saying there's nothing wrong with my logic about not taking in new media because... Sorry, wrong subtitles. Hang on 1 second.
Perdona, me he equivocado de los subtítulos. Un momentito.
Okay. You're kind of, okay. Great, we've got the right one now.
Ya está bien ahora.
You're kind of saying there's nothing wrong with my logic about not taking in new media because of something that I didn't quite understand. Something about you need to not consume any more, and then I didn't hear the others.
It's basically, it's like a consumption thing. Like there's a limited amount of resources in the world. And if you take up all the resources, then you being greedy, or like not greedy, but like limiting others' capacity to learn or like be fruitful, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, for me, Gabriel, it isn't so much. I think there's a knowing about this consumption idea that's really, really important for you to get in touch with and start to understand. I think it's actually a part trying to tell you something really important.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, do you understand the concept of dreams? that they communicate something that we don't necessarily understand fully. Yeah. There's something that's being communicated, and there's a part of you who is really worried about consumption, that the world has limited resources, and if you take up too much of the resources, you're greedy.
Yeah. Oh my God, there's a guy outside lawn mowing, and he's been lawn mowing all day.
Does he?
From like 7 a.m. I got into bed at 7 because I was like, I have a nice midday nap till like midday. And then right as I got into bed, it started.
Oh my gosh.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 other things happened that I thought were really important to talk about, which is after. Oh, I also got these. Kate got me these. They're little cans of wet wipes.
Oh my God, really? That's so cute.
They're very
look at that. Oh, very cute.
There's a flamingo one, a yellow flamingo one.
Oh.
What was I talking about again?
Really
2 other things. Yeah. I think I've been substance abusing because I've been really feeling overwhelmed. I spent all last night making art, and just I wanted to stay up because I knew it would sort of make me wired, I think. And this afternoon I cracked open a brewski, as they say in the old English, which is something that I haven't done in like 10 months or like maybe 11 months. I haven't drunk.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I want to get really drunk tonight just because, maybe it'll help me forget some of these feelings that I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Kate called me, and I was like just starting my alcohol, and I was like, I can't tell Kate about this. She's going to freak out.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just let you know. So he calls his mum Kate. He has since he was a child. He doesn't call her mum.
Sí, solo quiero que sepáis que él llama a su madre por su nombre, Kate. No la llama mamá.
So it really sounds like this thing with Kate has been super, super unsettling for you. Lots of overwhelm and not sleeping and yeah. And there's something really important about this consumption stuff, and she's saying it's not real. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really, really sorry that that's going on, Gabriel.
Yeah, that's all right. I've still got my kombucha.
Some part of you says it's all right, but it's clearly not all right because another part of you wants to drink, have a big drink fest to stop feeling.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, some part of you kind of wants to laugh it off, but it sounds like some part of you is really, really stressed out and miserable.
Yeah, because a lot of my life is dedicated to this perception that I have about the world, and I perceive my presence in the world as being helpful to others in the way that I live.
Yeah.
And if that's not true, then it's sort of very depressing.
This is so important. This is so important, Gabriel, what you're telling me. No wonder you don't want to give up this belief about the media. It's not really about the media. It's about this belief you have that by limiting the media, that you're being of benefit to the world, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what was that last sentence? I didn't quite catch it. I was
We're great for you to, we're great for you to rewatch this, because what you just told me is super important. You told me a lot of my life is dedicated to these things that you believe, because they confirm that your presence in the world is of benefit to others. And if you were to let go of those beliefs, where does that leave you? You're not of benefit to the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so no wonder you don't want to give that up. No wonder you want to say you want to rebel against Kate.
I had like a full freak out in the car when she was driving me home, which I haven't done in like probably since like I came down to Hobart, where she was like, I can't remember what she was doing, but she did something and I was just like, leave me alone. Like I screamed that in the car.
Great. I'm so glad you did.
It felt very infantile at the time, I'll tell you that.
Can I ask, what did that little infant need to tell her?
I think at the time I was just really feeling like I was already trying to follow her example, even though I didn't think she was right. Which was like a huge step emotionally and mentally for me, because if I think I'm right and I am right, that means that like I would be giving up my whole life just on a whim of something that Kate says.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I got a text message from my friend. I got Instagram. Sorry, not Instagram. I got Facebook Messenger, so I can message my friends now. What was I in the middle of talking about? Oh, yeah, the car thing. And I just felt really super vulnerable, and I felt like she was like frustrating and prosecuting me at a time when she knew that I was really vulnerable, and like I had already said to her a whole bunch of times, like, I'm trying to do what you're telling me to do right now. Yeah.
And she was kind of prosecuting you. She was like really
prodding after that, being like, you should do this, you should do this. And I'm like, I already am, just leave me alone.
Yeah. How long has that dynamic been going on with your mom, Gabrielle? Think back to when you were a kid, that dynamic of you're already trying to please her and follow her example, and she's just at you.
Probably only since the psychosis stuff.
Okay.
I would say.
Okay. Yeah.
So do you know about methyl B? Sorry, that was totally tangent. I'll talk about that later.
Is there a part finding this uncomfortable to talk about that?
I don't like to talk bad about my mom. I don't like to. I think there probably is a part of me that's like, she's always been like that to me.
That's right.
I just don't like being rude to the person who brought me into the world. Like, she's spent a lot of time taking care of me, and obviously through this experience has been really rough for her as well. And it's just, I just don't think it's fair to be cruel to her.
Well, yeah. Can we ask this part, if you were to say what's true for you, right, in this space, this is confidential, apart from obviously we're recording it, but it won't be played to Kate, and we can cut that piece out if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But if you were to say in this space, yeah, actually that is true. I've always been trying to follow her example and please her. And she's always kind of had that, we've had that relationship where she's been at me. Some part of you says I'll be talking bad about her and I shouldn't do that. But what's the fear about doing that here?
That she would know somehow that it would come because I'm very honest.
Well, you were telling me something before we cut out. Do you want to go back? So his internet dropped out. So now I'm on the phone with him.
Su internet se colapsó y ahora estoy hablando por teléfono con él.
And this happens almost every session.
Y esto pasa casi en cada sesión.
We get to somewhere very painful and then the internet drops out and we end up having the rest of the session on a phone call.
Llegamos a un lugar muy doloroso, se desconecta el internet y seguimos la sesión por teléfono.
I've asked him if he's turning it off, like, and as a joke, I kind of said, oh, it's a little bit of a habit here. This is a pattern, and he denied that it's anything.
Y le he preguntado si lo apaga él y digo, oh, esto parece un tipo de patrón que está ocurriendo y él lo niega todo.
So it could, honestly, I wouldn't have a clue. It could just be his internet can only kind of have enough bandwidth for a certain amount of time.
Y no tengo ni idea, pero quizás sea eso, que su internet tiene suficiente ampliatura para poder estar un cierto tiempo.
Or he could be doing it, but I'm not worried.
O a lo mejor sí lo desconecta él, pero eso no me preocupa.
Yeah. The next piece, you will get to hear me reflect back what I heard before the internet went down, and he denies it because it's too painful. And I just go with it. I just go, okay.
Y en esta próxima pieza vais a ver que él yo le estoy reflejando lo que ha dicho hasta ahora y él lo va a ir negando todo y yo le sigo la corriente y le digo, vale, okay.
Back to that.
Yeah, I'd love to. I can't remember what I was talking about though.
Yeah, so you had basically said that, you're really trying to follow your mum's example and you're in the car and you felt super vulnerable and she kept prodding you. And then I said, has that been how long have you had that dynamic in your relationship? And at first you said only recently. And then you said, well, actually, no, our whole life. But I don't want to say that because I'm really afraid to talk bad.
No. I didn't mean that. I meant like, oh shit! I think I've been misconstrued.
No, that's okay. Let's make sure I get it right.
Basically, what I meant was that. Wow, I'm feeling very nervous. I don't know whether it's the 2 huge energy drinks or the no sleep for 2 days, but it's starting to hit me, I think.
Well, I actually think it's what we're talking about, though, Gabrielle. So
This is true. I think you raise a good point. I was fine up until this point.
Yeah, exactly. So what just happened? Something I really want to make sure I get it right.
That's the thought that's going through my head.
Which is?
I really want to make sure that I get it right.
Yeah.
Which is the thought that's almost always going through my head.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. I spent probably like 6 hours, 7 hours last night working on an animation because I was just like, if it's not perfect, it can't be. I can't put it up or anything.
Yeah.
And what was I talking about? In terms of Kate, I just meant nothing had really happened before the psychosis, but I also you said, I think, was there stuff before that you don't feel comfortable talking about? And I said, I don't think so, but I also just wouldn't feel comfortable talking about my mum badly.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you
It's a bit hazy now.
I'm glad you could clarify. Yeah, good. And then you particularly said that, you try and be truthful to her. So if she does ask, you tell her, right?
Yeah. I'm having a real struggle with this alcohol situation.
Yeah.
Because I really want to drink tonight.
Uh-huh.
But I also really don't want to tell my mum about it. And being honest is like one of my things that I feel like I have to do. Like, particularly if the person wouldn't like what I was doing, like,
Okay.
that's more reason to tell them in my
Yeah,
mind.
right. So there's some sense of like, I really have to be honest, especially if the person doesn't like what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's that part afraid would happen if it didn't tell?
That Kate would be really disappointed in me, because I know that's happened before, particularly around drug use.
Okay, right. Yeah. And this part of you who really wants to tell the truth to keep out of trouble, I know it's worried about her being disappointed, but what's it afraid would happen to you if Kate was disappointed?
That I would be really depressed.
All right, so if Kate got disappointed at you, you'd be really depressed. Has that happened before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like a funk is in the conversation and I can't, like, be happy, because it's like you can't be happy if somebody else is really sad, because it's like a funk for them if they're having this bad experience and you're like, da 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 da.
Yeah.
So in those situations, I try and just like keep a tempered emotional landscape. So like basically what it equates to in my mind is doing something fun. If you're not being honest about it, is the same as not doing something fun, because you're going to be punished for it later.
Yeah. Yeah. Has that happened a lot in your life?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It has happened.
Right. Yeah. So if we're able to go back into those times when those things happened, Gabrielle, and we could really help the part of you who has heard those experiences and really be there in the way that boy needed back then, is that something that you would be interested in doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you would like to be able to go back into those times and really help that younger Gabrielle, right?
Yeah. But what I would say now is just be honest. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
be honest.
Well, I think one of the things we do in these scenes is we really ask the part what it needed from an adult back then that it didn't get, right? What guidance or support or, care.
I guess, like a second chance.
Yeah.
Because it always felt really like if I messed up once, that was it. Like there were no do-overs. It was really like, that's it. You've had it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I think this is something that I've noticed with now that Mark's around, growing up with no dad, like there was no like exchange of ideas regarding like punishment. It was just either it's okay or it's not okay. There's no in between, and it's completely not up to any kind of egalitarian.
Yeah.
It's just corporal law of mother.
Yeah.
Whereas now that Mark's involved and stuff, when something happens and Kate's really snippy with me, it's more of a conversation between the both of them. Like Mark will talk to Kate and Kate will talk to Mark, and they'll come to some sort of agreement about what should happen.
Wow. What's that like, Gabriel, to finally have that?
It feels a lot more fair.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what we can really do, is go back into each of the scenes when you were younger and offer that boy a second chance, right? And a much fairer conversation, you know, for there to be some negotiation about all the things. Okay. Do you have an idea of something that you would really, really value?
Like from my early childhood, or
whatever you feel.
I guess. I guess when I took Robitussin would be a really good example, because she knew I had been doing drugs, and she was fine with that. And then once I overdosed, it was like, and she was really critical of all of my friends as well. She was like, you guys are so foolish. How could you have done this? This was a huge mistake. Like, and it was really felt like I was being punished for it.
Yeah. So,
and sorry.
Let's just, if it's okay to just, can this younger you're like 17, were you, or a bit younger?
Yeah, I think 17.
Yeah, so just connect with that 17-year-old boy who had taken the Robitussin, and she's saying, you boys have made a huge mistake, and it just felt very punitive. Yeah, just ask him what it felt like.
Oh God, do you know? Oh God, a phrase came to mind, and I do agree, but it's very explicit.
It's okay.
Do you know the expression "raw dogged"?
I can guess what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how bad this felt, right? It felt like being raw dogged. Yeah. I'm really glad this young boy's letting you know that. Yeah. That's how bad it was when she said that. That's how it felt to him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Does that make sense to you, Gabriel, that he would feel that way?
Yeah, it does.
Great, yeah.
I mean, if that happened again now, I mean, this is part of what, like, I guess I'm dealing with now, is feeling like I'm being punished for something that sort of happened to me.
Yeah.
Where it's about, like, my mum smoked weed her whole life and never had anything like this happen to her.
Yeah.
And and it just seems like she dodged a bullet, and then I didn't get to dodge the bullet. And I'm also get in trouble for not dodging a bullet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. So let this 17-year-old boy know that you see that he's feeling and was punished for something that just happened to him. Yeah. And how do you feel towards him? Like, how open is your heart to him?
It's pretty open.
Yeah. So let him know that. I'm really sorry that happened to him, and I have a lot of compassion for him.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I got very caught up thinking
about
while you were talking about. I've been thinking about.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, I know what happened. It's all good. That's fine. He just, at this point, he segued out of that completely. There was no more witnessing. It was obviously too much.
En este momento él se desvió, ya no hubo más escucha, ya era demasiado para él.
Sorry, Helen, I forgot we were translating for a second then.
Perdona, Helen, me olvidé que había traducción. It's okay.
he went into speaking quite a lot about being punished for something that happened to him, and how he felt that it was not only a punishment from his mother, but from something spiritual, divine punishment.
Y empezó a hablar mucho sobre ser castigado por algo que le ocurrió, y no solamente era un castigo de su madre, sino como un castigo procedente de algo espiritual.
Yeah. So just for brevity, because of time, I thought that was just a good summary of kind of how the work goes. So I just open it up to questions from people.
Y por el tiempo que tenemos, pues pensé que eso era un buen resumen de ver cómo va este tipo de trabajo. Entonces quiero abrir un espacio para preguntas sobre lo que habéis visto.
Yeah, Anna.
Hi. I was just curious about, because I use the body a lot in therapy. And obviously with extreme trauma, you're going to do that less because you're so dissociated from it, and that would be too much. But do you do that at all with these cases, or not at all?
Yo
What are your
tengo
thoughts?
una pregunta, porque yo cuando hago terapia utilizo mucho el cuerpo, y yo sé que con estos casos extremos de disociación pues se utiliza menos, pero me gustaría saber si tú lo incorporas también en tu trabajo.
I'm not trained in somatic work. And so the only time I use the body is those questions around, can you feel the part in or around your body?
No estoy formada en el trabajo somático, entonces los únicos momentos en que hago referencia al cuerpo es que cuando pregunto si puedes sentir la parte dentro o alrededor de tu cuerpo.
But I think it absolutely can be used, Anna.
Pero yo creo que se puede utilizar absolutamente, Ana.
And I think it's about like attunement with the client. So you can try some things and see how it lands. And then if it's a success, you go with that ongoing.
Y yo creo que tiene que ver con estar en sintonía con el cliente, empezar alguna cosa, a ver cómo le llega. Y si eso llega bien, pues seguir por ahí.
Yeah, and obviously if it's not, you try something different.
Y si no llega bien, pues claro, pues pruebas con otra cosa.
Yeah, great. Lila. Oh, I still can't hear you for some reason.
¿No te puedo escuchar, Leila?
Oh.
¿Ahora me oye?
Can you hear me now?
Que me doy cuenta, yo no trabajo con estos pacientes.
I don't work precisely with these types of clients.
Pero me doy cuenta de lo caótico que es.
But I can realize how chaotic it is.
Y me doy cuenta de que tendría que trabajar con mi parte que le molesta al caos del otro.
And what I realized that I would need to work with my part first that it gets bothered by the chaos in the patient.
Porque puedo sentir como que me enfada, que cambie tanto, y creo que es fundamental estar tranquilo con esto.
And I can feel that this part of me will get mad with the client jumping from one place to another, and I would need to work on that.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Sí, sigue.
Y después es una pregunta que, aparte del doble vínculo, ¿hay otros motivos por los que la persona pueda tener estos síntomas?
I wanted to ask you that apart from the double bind, is there anything else that can cause these types of symptoms?
Yeah, well, I probably just really want to be clear. The double bind is really just one theory, and it's one theory that I really strongly resonate with in what I've seen in my client work, but there's very many theories.
Sí, yo quiero ser clara con una cosa. La teoría es una del doble vínculo, es una teoría con la que yo resueno mucho en mi trabajo con los clientes, pero hay muchas más teorías.
There's a woman named Lucy Johnson who has done something called the Power Threat Meaning Framework.
Hay una mujer que se llama Lucy Johnson que ha hecho un trabajo que se llama el marco de sobre la amenaza del poder.
And she says that psychosis is a reaction to feeling powerless, that really it's all about a sense of a person having had, you say that, Helen?
Ella dice que la psicosis es una reacción a la impotencia que siente una persona.
Where power is used, they're in a position where someone else has power and it wasn't used in a way that was helpful to them.
Ellos están en una posición donde alguien tenía poder y ese poder no se utilizó de manera que le ayudara.
And her approach is all really focused on helping a person find meaning, not only about what happened feeling powerless.
Y su enfoque va sobre todo en que ayudar a la persona a encontrar algún significado, no solamente con el sentirse impotente,
but what they chose to do in order to keep themselves protected in the face of powerlessness.
También por lo que eligieron hacer de cara a protegerse en un entorno de impotencia.
And there is a lot of research, a particular researcher, John Reed.
Y hay muchísima investigación, un investigador en particular que se llama John Reed,
has just shown that there's a lot of links between trauma and psychosis. So he would say it's not necessarily a double bind, it's just trauma.
Y él ha mostrado que hay mucho vínculo entre el trauma y psicosis. Entonces, él diría, pues no tiene que ver con el doble vínculo, tiene que ver con el trauma.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
¿He respondido a tu pregunta?
Sí, gracias.
Thank you very much.
And also, just to speak to the parts, I'm about to do some research, if we get it through ethics.
Sí, y para hablar sobre las partes, yo voy a hacer alguna investigación si supera la supervisión ética.
And it's going to be focused on therapist parts, because that is probably, it's just such a big part of my work that I have to work with my parts.
Y va a estar enfocado sobre todo esta investigación sobre las partes del terapeuta, porque eso es gran parte de mi trabajo, trabajar con mis propias partes.
Yeah, and for me, if I want to speak for my parts, I definitely have parts who find it frustrating the slowness of the work.
Para hablar por mis partes, yo tengo partes que sufren muchísimo con lo lento que va este trabajo.
What is the most important thing to me is that I just feel so much love for my clients.
Pero lo más importante para mí es que siento tanto amor por mis clientes.
And I think that if I'm holding on to that in the session and knowing that this is a dance, that this is what is available right now and that's all that's available, then it feels like I can work in the space still.
Y si me agarro a ese amor y me abro a que lo que esté disponible en este baile, en este momento, es lo que hay aquí, no más, entonces puedo trabajar en ese espacio.
Yeah. It is humbling work, because you are gonna, well, I find it is probably the most triggering that it's not triggering in a bad way. I constantly feel incompetent, which is very triggering.
Sí, y para mí es toda una lección de humildad, porque es algo que activa mucho, no no me activa de manera mala, sino que constantemente me siento incompetente.
So that's where I just have to keep coming back to, I really trust a therapeutic relationship, and I trust the trajectory of the person's system.
Y ahí es donde tengo que retomar y realmente estar en esa confianza plena en la relación terapéutica y en la trayectoria del sistema del cliente.
Yeah. So the important pieces in that little demo you just saw were that Gabriel is learning to assert himself.
Y las piezas importantes en esta demo que habéis visto, una de ellas es que Gabriel está aprendiendo a ser asertivo.
And so that's the piece where I'm trusting, even though it's like we get close to something and we lose it in the next breath, I'm trusting there is actually shift towards agency.
Ahí estoy yo confiando en que aunque nos acercamos a algo y en el próximo aliento nos retiramos, estoy confiando en que está yendo en la dirección de la agencia propia.
And the other really important piece that I was kind of writing notes for.
La otra pieza importante en la que estaba yo anotando
is that I keep asking the person, have you felt like that before? Or has that happened before?
Yo constantemente le pregunto a la persona, ¿te has sentido así anteriormente? ¿O eso te ha ocurrido alguna vez?
Because fairly universally, the clients that seem to have these experiences don't necessarily link their personal history to what's going on.
Porque de manera casi universal, los pacientes que atravesen estos estados es que no asocian de lo que están viviendo en este momento con algo que les ha ocurrido en el pasado.
So I think, Nuria, did you have your hand up earlier?
Nuria, ¿levantaste la mano antes?
Sí, en lo que estaban hablando respecto de que la psicosis, este autor, que no recuerdo el nombre, postulaba que está relacionada con el trauma.
Yeah, it has to do with what you mentioned about, I don't remember the name of the author that you mentioned, but that psychosis has to do with trauma.
Yeah.
Y, en el contexto que hablábamos sobre el doble vínculo. Y entonces yo le quería preguntar si yo entiendo bien cuando creo que el doble vínculo siempre es traumático.
Yeah, you talked about that in the context of the double bind. So I wanted to ask you, is double bind always traumatic?
Oh, yeah. So let me clarify. There's the double bind is one relational aspect which may cause psychosis, but any trauma can cause psychosis as far as John Reed is concerned.
Sí,
So,
el doble vínculo es un aspecto que puede causar psicosis por el tema relacional, pero cualquier trauma lo puede causar según John Reed.
yeah, so he has some really great research, which I have a slide with a summary of his research, which I didn't include in here, but where he looks at just the rates of trauma in people who have psychosis and the adverse childhood experiences scale, and then rates of psychosis.
Y él tiene, no lo he incluido, tenía yo una diapositiva con alguno de sus descubrimientos, pero no lo he incluido aquí, pero él sí que hace un estudio sobre las puntuaciones en la escala de experiencias adversas en la niñez con los rasgos de trauma y de psicosis.
Yeah, my question really was that I would like to know whether you think from this view that double bind always is it causes trauma. It's always a trigger for trauma.
Mi pregunta era si desde este punto de vista, si el doble vínculo siempre es un estímulo para trauma.
I would say yes, it's an attachment wounding, yes.
Sí, yo diría que sí, que es una herida de apego.
Okay. Well, I think we'll go on to some more slides then.
Entonces vamos a seguir con algunas diapositivas más.
So let me just see where we're up to.
A ver dónde estamos.
Oh, I think we'll do some videos, I reckon.
A lo mejor vemos algunos vídeos.
Sorry, I said the wrong word.
Sí,
I was just looking.
creo que he dicho la palabra equivocada.
I meant to say, I think we'll have some examples, is what I meant to say.
Sí, lo que quería decir que vamos a ver algunos ejemplos.
Okay. There's a really beautiful example of, I think we're going to do this actually.
Hay un ejemplo muy bello, creo que lo vamos a hacer.
There's a beautiful example of metaphoric language with someone who's quite a lot more psychotic than Gabriel is.
Hay un ejemplo muy bello de lenguaje metafórico con alguien que es bastante más psicótico que Gabriel.
And it's from Ronald Lang's book.
Y es del libro de Ronald Lang.
Which is called The Divided Self.
Que se llama el self dividido.
I'm just trying to find the link because I'm jumping around a little bit. We're actually getting faster than I thought.
Estoy buscando el vínculo, estoy saltando de aquí para allá y estamos yendo más rápido de lo que yo pensaba.
Is this one, Stephanie, the one in the book?
Stephanie, ¿es este del libro?
Yes, it is. And what I need though, sorry, let me get out of there and find you. That's what I need, but I need the video link, which for some reason I didn't save. Do you have the video link to that?
¿Tienes el enlace del vídeo de esto?
You mean the audio?
The YouTube video?
Yeah. Let me check.
El audio de YouTube.
Ah, here it is, I think.
Ya lo encuentro.
Okay. So this is actually in English, but you can read it while she's reading it out loud.
Is it possible to take
sorry, I've got an ad.
Esto está
like
en
an
inglés.
ordinary, everyday Australian house earning $3?
Esto está en inglés, así que lo podéis leer mientras se escucha.
Let me just turn this down so I can. Okay, so this is from Ronald Lang's Divided Self, and it's an account of a psychiatric client who was brought into an auditorium.
Esto es del libro de Ronald Lang, del Ser Dividido, y es un relato de un cliente que fue llevado a un auditorio de estudiantes.
Yeah, there was all these psychiatric students, and this Krepelin, the psychiatrist, brought this supposedly catatonic psychotic person in to parade him and kind of show this crazy person to them.
Y el catedrático Kaplan, delante de los alumnos de psiquiatría, pues trajo a este cliente delante para demostrarle ante todos.
And as you kind of like either listen to it or read it, just see whether you can see what the client, the patient, is trying to communicate.
Y mientras lo escuchas y lo lees, mira a ver si puedes captar lo que está intentando comunicar el cliente.
So I'm going to share with you the YouTube of it.
Voy a compartir la grabación en YouTube de esto.
Okay.
By comparing the following with the similar attitude of any recent British textbook of psychiatry, e.g. Meyer-Gross, Slater, and Roth. Here is Krepelin's 1905 account to a lecture room of his students of a patient showing the signs of catatonic excitement. Quote, "The patient I will show you today has almost to be carried into the room, as he walks in a straddling fashion on the outside of his feet. On coming in, he throws off his slippers, sings a hymn loudly, and then cries twice in English, 'My father, my real father!' He is 18 years old and a pupil of the Oberrealschule, higher grade modern side school, tall and rather strongly built, but with a pale complexion, on which there is very often a transient flush. The patient sits with his eyes shut and pays no attention to his surroundings. He does not look up even when he is spoken to, but he answers beginning in a low voice and gradually screaming louder and louder. When asked where he is, he says, 'You want to know that too? I tell you who is being measured, and is measured, and shall be measured. I know all that, and could tell you, but I do not want to.' When asked his name, he screams, 'What is your name? What does he shut? He shuts his eyes. What does he hear? He does not understand. He understands not. How? Who? Where? When? What does he mean? When I tell him to look, he does not look properly. You there, just look. What is it? What is the matter? Attend. He attends not. I say, what is it then? Why do you give me no answer? Are you getting impudent again? How can you be so impudent? I'm coming. I'll show you. You don't whore for me. You mustn't be smart either. You're an impudent, lousy fellow. Such an impudent, lousy fellow I've never met with. Is he beginning again? You understand nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all does he understand. If you follow now, he won't follow, will not follow. Are you getting still more impudent? Are you getting impudent still more? How they attend, they do attend. And so on. At the end he scolds in quite inarticulate sounds. Krepelin notes here, among other things, the patient's inaccessibility.
So I wonder, I'm hoping you could follow that either on the screen, on the piece of paper, or in the listening. I wonder what you got to hear and what was the patient was trying to say.
Espero que lo hayáis podido seguir por el audio o leyéndolo en castellano. Me pregunto si habéis captado lo que estaba intentando decir el cliente.
Oh, were people able to read that while I was sharing it though?
¿Lo habéis podido leer en español mientras se escuchaba en inglés?
Ana?
No, porque compartiste la pantalla, entonces se dejó de compartir la mía.
Yeah, no, because only one of us can share the screen. So when the YouTube audio was on the screen, I couldn't share this in Spanish.
Si no, no la compartes y pones solo el audio, se va a oír igual y ellos pueden leer.
If you don't share the screen, then they can hear it while this can be read in Spanish too at the same time.
Sorry.
Perdona.
So when everyone's finished reading that,
Cuando terminéis de leer esto,
I just wonder if anyone has any comments about what they hear the patient trying to convey. And Rafaela, you have your hand up.
simplemente me pregunto si tenéis comentarios sobre lo que está intentando expresar el cliente. Rafaela, ¿te levantaste la mano?
Yeah, I suppose I was struck by just the start of it, of him being not wanting to be taken in. Oh, sorry, my dog.
Sí, sí estaba yo como sorprendida por el, uy, mi perro, estaba yo, por la manera de no querer estar ahí, ¿no?
And for me, something around that felt really important, just as a starting point.
Y algo sobre eso para mí fue muy importante, aunque fuera como punto de partida.
And I guess I have a sort of because I was reading along in the text in English.
Y estaba al mismo tiempo leyendo con el texto en inglés.
And it says, my father, my real father, and then he is 18 years old. But the quote doesn't end there. So I'm wondering, does the client say he is 18 years old, or is the client 18 years old? Because there should be an end quote in the text otherwise.
Sí, lo estaba leyendo porque ponía mi padre, mi verdadero padre, y luego sigue poniendo, tiene 18 años. Entonces me pregunto si es que el texto hace referencia a que tiene 18 años o si es el mismo cliente que está diciendo tiene 18 años.
I think maybe there should have been an end quote. I'm not sure.
Sí, quizás había que haber puesto las comillas después de verdadero padre, pero no estoy segura.
Yeah. So, Nuria, did you want to put your hand up?
Nuria, ¿querías levantar la mano?
I'm not sure.
No estoy segura.
I gave it a try, but a part of me then got very scared.
Intenté levantar la mano, pero una parte de mí se asustó y lo bajó.
Yeah, well, you can just take note if there's anything that, you know, when I say what is this person's conveying, you might go, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Sí, quizás puedes tomar nota que cuando he preguntado, pues, ¿qué está intentando expresar esta persona? Quizás quieras decir eso.
Yes, so there is an end of quote there.
Sí,
Thanks.
sí que hay en el texto original, termina la comillas después de mi verdadero padre.
Yeah. So he's really smart. It says that he's a student of this like higher order school, so he's a smart kid.
Sí, como es un alumno de una escuela superior, pues es un alumno muy, muy inteligente.
Maureen?
He seems to me to be expressing his quite accurate perception that he's not safe in the environment where he's being held and displayed.
Yo creo que está expresando pues una percepción para mí muy, muy fiable de que no está en un entorno seguro para expresarse.
Yeah. Nuria?
Maybe I'm gone nuts, but what I read here is that he's trying to say that he knows that somebody is prostituting himself or herself.
Yes.
And somebody who is important, like or a dad or a mom, something like that. I don't know.
A lo mejor me he vuelto loca, pero yo creo que lo que está intentando expresar de que alguien importante para él, a lo mejor una madre, un padre que le está prostituyendo.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Eso
Yes.
es.
So I'll explain what is going on. And Anna, if you can show the very last 3 slides, which have the summary of that.
Voy a explicar lo que está ocurriendo. Ana, si puedes mostrar las últimas 3 diapositivas, que es un resumen de esto.
So I think it's like slide 36 to begin with.
Creo que se empieza por la diapositiva número 36.
Yeah, I don't see the numbers, so it's a little difficult.
Como no puedo ver el número de la diapositiva, pues es difícil.
Very last slide will do. The last one will be fine.
Si quieres poner la última diapositiva, está bien.
Okay. Yeah, beautiful.
Genial.
So what he is doing is he's actually carrying out a parodied conversation between himself, the client, and Kreppelin, who is prostituting him to the whole auditorium.
Lo que está haciendo realmente es llevar a cabo una conversación parodiada entre él mismo y el psiquiatra Kreppelin, que le está prostituyendo delante de todo el grupo.
And his own voice is defiant and rebelling and saying, I won't tell you my name. Why don't you tell me your name?
Sus propias voces están rebelándose y desafiando a Kreppelin diciendo, no te voy a decir mi nombre.
And he says, you're prostituting me to all these people and you want my name as well?
Y está diciendo, ¿me estás prostituyendo delante de toda esta gente y quieres que te diga mi nombre encima?
And then he speaks as if he is Kreppelin, and he says, won't you whore for me?
Y luego habla como si él mismo fuera Kreppelin, diciendo, ¿no te vas a prostituir por mí?
And he says that, and then he's saying that Kreppelin shuts his eyes.
Y después está diciendo que Kreppelin cierra los ojos.
And he's saying, you know, that Kreppelin is saying he's being impotent by not whoring for him, not prostituting himself to the auditorium by doing what he wants.
Y luego está diciendo que Kreppelin está diciendo que está siendo un descarado porque no se está prostituyendo delante del grupo para él, ni haciendo lo que Kreppelin quiere que haga.
Yeah. So just stop the share now, Anna. And I just wonder.
Dejar de compartir pantalla, Ana.
I wonder, does that make some sense to people?
¿Esto tiene sentido para vosotros?
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're becoming skillful. So when he says, father, my real father.
Y eso es lo que estamos haciendo, nos estamos volviendo habilidosos. Entonces cuando él dice, padre, mi verdadero padre.
We don't know what that means. And in the therapeutic work, that may be less important than some of these other points.
Y a lo mejor no sabemos qué significa eso, pero en el trabajo terapéutico eso puede ser menos importante que estos otros puntos.
So it may be super important and that may be something to go to, but there's so much content there. I'd be going with the important pieces around, you know, the fact that he is objecting to the fact that he's Kreppelin's kind of making a fool of him and he doesn't want to be made a fool of, but then he's been criticized as being impotent for not doing this.
Sí, entonces a lo mejor esa pieza sí es muy importante, pero yo no me quiero perder de estos otros puntos donde realmente lo que está haciendo es oponiéndose a ser prostituido delante del grupo y por oponerse está siendo calificado como un descarado.
Yeah. So what I want to speak about just briefly, this is a great example of when we create safety, there is less need for psychosis.
Esto es un gran ejemplo de cuando creamos seguridad, hay menos necesidad para la psicosis.
So the more frightened a person gets, the more they have to speak in this very metaphoric way, very loud metaphoric way.
cuanto más asustada esté una persona, tanto más necesita expresarse de esta manera metafórica y en voz alta.
And so, hang on one second.
Un momento.
So the reason that I'm not afraid of working with clients is because I know if they're going into terror or rage, there's something that doesn't feel safe, and I just need to address that.
La razón por la que no me asusta trabajar con estos clientes es porque si ellos entran en un estado de pánico, de rabia, entonces sé que hay algo que para ellos no es seguro y abordo eso.
And that's why when people are in hospital settings, it can be quite volatile like that, right? Because
cuando hay gente que está en entornos de hospital, puede ser muy volátil porque no se sienten seguros.
Yeah. And I'll just say that, you know, even Gabriel, follows a life of nonviolence, but when he was in hospital, he was so frightened that he hit someone in the face.
Y yo quiero mencionar sobre Gabriel que aunque él sigue una manera de vivir no violenta, cuando él estuvo hospitalizado, dio un puñetazo en la cara de alguien en el hospital.
And when I asked him about why he did that, we spent a lot of time talking about that, and he said, I didn't want to do it. I was so terrified.
Y cuando le pregunté por qué hizo eso, y estuvimos mucho tiempo abordando ese tema, él me dijo que no quería hacerlo, pero estaba aterrorizado.
And sorry, I'm just trying to decide how much I disclose, so I also just keep in mind his privacy.
Estoy intentando cuánto quiero desvelar, ¿no? Porque quiero respetar también su intimidad.
Yeah. So he was, I said to him, were you angry? And he said, no, I was really afraid that this man was going to harm me if I didn't hit him first.
Y yo le pregunté si estaba asustado y, no, perdona, si estaba enfadado, y me dijo que no, que estaba asustado y de que este señor le hiciera daño si no le diera ese puñetazo antes.
Yeah, and there was many people in the ward who were afraid of the man who he hit. So he had reason to kind of be afraid. This was a very scary person.
Y había muchas personas en el pabellón psiquiátrico que temían a este hombre, o sea que tenía sentido de que le quisiera dar ese puñetazo.
So we talked about what other ways he could try and help himself to feel safer. Then, you know, he obviously doesn't want to hit the person. It ended up, he was detained at hospital even longer.
Y hablamos de otras maneras de poder cuidar de su seguridad, y está claro que él no quería darle ese puñetazo que le hizo estar ingresado aún más tiempo.
And eventually, after we worked for a while, and he came out of hospital, and it was just everything, all of his very extreme fear just settled once he felt safer.
Y trabajamos durante largo tiempo, salió del hospital y todo ese miedo extremo que sentía se calmó una vez que se sintió en un entorno más seguro.
Raphael?
Yeah, Stephanie, you said if they're going into this, so if they're psychotic and they're going into this terror, this panic, or this rage, then you know that all you need to do is to address that. right?
Sí.
Yeah.
Tú mencionaste, Stephanie, que si en ese estado psicótico entran en terror, en un estado de rabia, que tú ya eso para ti es indicio de que no se sienten seguros. Entonces tú abordas eso.
I guess I'm wondering how direct you would be in how you address that. Like if they're not being, like you're inferring their fear or their anger, their rage, or right, you're inferring that from their behavior.
Yeah.
Me pregunto si cuán directo eres a la hora de abordar eso, porque estás entendiendo desde su comportamiento, que sienten ese terror, que sienten ese pánico, y de cómo lo abordas tú para crear más seguridad.
And would you then specifically say, I see you're afraid, or would you sort of go in an indirect way with them?
Y tú le dices directamente, puedo ver que sientes miedo, o lo haces de manera más indirecta con ellos.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that I might do, but I would be noticing, because I don't know if you heard in the demo that Gabriel said, I'm feeling really frightened. Maybe it's because I had too many energy drinks.
Sí, yo hay varias cosas que hago. Estoy notando, no sé si os diste cuenta en el vídeo de Gabriel, él dijo que estaba sintiendo como con mucho miedo porque estaba bebiendo muchas bebidas energéticas.
And so when I said to him, no, I think it's about this, and he was able to notice that.
Y yo le respondí, bueno, yo creo que tiene más que ver con esto otro. Y él pudo notar eso.
So yes, I would say things like, you know, this seems really hard.
Diría cosas como, esto parece muy duro para ti.
Or you seem really frightened, or are you frightened, or even you seem really angry. Sometimes the fear comes out as, you know, rage, right?
O a lo mejor digo que parece que tienes miedo, que te sientes mucho, pregunto, ¿sientes miedo? O a lo mejor estás rabioso. Realmente la rabia viene del miedo.
So, and I would just also be wanting to be on their side. That's really important because, you know, if that person with Krepelin, for instance, kind of go like, yeah, of course you wouldn't want to be prostituted to a whole auditorium. So I'm really being on the side.
Y yo sobre todo estoy de su lado. Por ejemplo, si Krepelin hubiera dicho a ese joven, pues claro que no quiere ser prostituido delante de todo el grupo. Estoy a su lado.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll just say, you know, I had a client who at one stage had a lot of sexual things that were part of his what he needed to, one of the themes, oh my gosh, I'm just so many slides that I just didn't include in this training.
También he tenido otro cliente que, bueno, que tenía muchos temas sexuales. Madre mía, hay tantas cosas de este tema que no he podido incluir en las diapositivas.
But one of the themes is around sexuality, good and evil. Like there's these various themes that we can just kind of look for in the person.
Uno de los temas va sobre la sexualidad, sobre lo que es lo bueno y lo malo. Y son temas que podemos ver con las personas.
And so this person had a lot of difficulty about feeling confident sexually.
Y esta persona tenía mucha dificultad a la hora de sentirse confiada sexualmente.
And we had spent quite a bit of time talking about that.
Y estuvimos bastante tiempo hablando sobre ello.
And eventually, after some time, he said to me that he really liked me.
Y eventualmente, después de un tiempo, me dijo que, pues que le gustaba mucho.
And he actually said to me, I like your tits.
Y me dijo, a mí, pues me encantan tus tetas.
And went on to kind of say he'd like to have sex with me.
Y prosiguió diciendo que quería tener sexo conmigo.
And for this person, it was a really big, such a suppressed thing in him.
Y para esta persona era algo tan reprimido en él.
So I was grateful he was willing to take a risk in the relationship to tell me.
Y fui muy agradecida que fue dispuesto a correr este riesgo en la relación conmigo.
And so for me, it was just really about letting him know that, you know, I'm going to take care of our relational boundaries, that I wasn't going to be having sex with him.
Y para mí tenía que ver con yo cuidar de los límites de nuestra relación, no iba a tener sexo con él.
And that we could get to know the part, though, that holds something, that wants me to know something about this.
Pero podríamos sostener la parte que quiere que yo sepa algo sobre esto.
And eventually that I said, ask the part how it responds to me saying that to him, that I'm not going to have sex with him.
Y eventualmente le pregunté, ¿y cómo responde la parte al escuchar que yo le digo que no voy a tener sexo con él?
And then he said, oh, that voice says the word rape.
Y dice, esa voz dice la palabra violación.
And I just said, yeah, of course he wants to take it, right? He wants to take that if he can't have it.
Y yo dijo, sí, claro, él quiere coger eso, si puede tenerlo.
And then I was able to really just sort of say, that makes sense to me, given the sense of powerlessness he's had around this sexual stuff.
Y yo pude decirle que eso tiene mucho sentido para mí, teniendo en cuenta la sensación de impotencia que ha sentido con la sexualidad.
So then, you know, I just really want to speak for, we don't have to be afraid. It's just a part expressing something that is wanting to be deciphered. And if I got hung up on that, oh, I have a psychotic person saying they want to rape me, and I got scared, it would stall the therapeutic work.
Entonces, lo que quiero enfatizar aquí es que no tenemos que tener miedo, es simplemente una parte que está intentando comunicar algo que tenemos que descifrar, porque si yo hubiera quedado pillada en que, por Dios, una parte psicótica que me quiere violar, eso hubiera estancado el proceso terapéutico por completo.
So yeah, once it's allowed to be in the room, and I do trust my clients. And what I mean by that is, you know, you have a sense if there's something that you're kind of like, this person could actually enact this, you'll know it. But
sí. Yo creo que lo importante es que esa parte pueda tener su espacio en la sala. De todas maneras, tenemos un sentido, ¿no? De si hay seguridad con el cliente delante, que si realmente va a realizar ese acto de violar, eso lo sabemos.
But, you know, when I say to that client, you know, like, do you really want that? He's like, oh my God, I don't want that.
Pero cuando luego pregunto al cliente, ¿pero realmente quieres eso? Y el cliente dice, por Dios, no.
He's, you know, he's embarrassed to tell me.
Tiene vergüenza de decírmelo.
So that's the piece that's really important about the not being afraid, is to notice it's not all of the person, it's a part who's trying to resolve something.
Y eso es la pieza importante de no sentir miedo, que el notar que no es la persona completa, sino una parte de esa persona que está intentando solucionar algo.
Okay.
That's beautiful, Stephanie. And I have a part that feels in awe of the self-energy that you were able to bring in that example.
Eso es tan bello, Stephanie, y tengo una parte que está totalmente asombrada con la energía de self que tú pudiste llevar a esa situación.
Yeah, and I want to say, Rafaela, that it's not only self-energy. I have my therapist parts get very excited when my clients are willing to tell me. That takes a risk.
Sí, y no solamente es la energía de self, Stephanie, yo tengo mis partes terapéuticas que se excitan muchísimo cuando se toma este tipo de riesgo.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, that was a very long-winded thing. You've been waiting, Estelle, so.
Sí, ha sido una respuesta muy larga y llevas mucho tiempo esperando, Estelle.
No, perfecto, ningún problema. Además va un poco relacionado con lo que quería preguntar.
No, it's perfect for me because it's really related to what I wanted to ask.
Mi pregunta sería que el tema del delirio. ¿vale?
My question has to do with delusion.
Cuando esa parte, o la historia de esa parte, dos tipos, el delirio y el delirio cuando ya se estructura y queda ahí encapsulado.
So two parts, the delusion itself and also when the delusion is already constructed and is encapsulated.
Porque uno lo tengo claro que tiene que ser, ¿no? Es una desconexión total, no se puede hablar con esa persona porque quien está hablando es la parte.
And one, it's very clear to me that it's the part of the person and you can't really speak to the person because the part is all there.
Y no hay esa diferenciación, ¿no? Entre hablar con la persona y hablar con la parte.
And the differentiation is not there of being able to speak with the part and speak with the person.
Pero cuando es encapsulado el delirio y ocupa todo el espacio.
But when delusion is encapsulated and takes up all space.
Y hay, ¿no? Esa parte está ahí en esa creencia, ¿no? Que eso es tan cierto, ¿no?
And that part is totally there with that belief of just totally true for it.
Okay. Bueno, si podrías explicar un poco cómo abordar, ¿no? Todo esto.
Explain how you address that?
Yeah.
Sí.
That's a very good question, and it is really difficult. I just want to say that first off.
Es una pregunta buenísima y quiero decir que es bastante difícil abordarlo.
There is a really great paper called where they talk about working with delusions.
Hay un documento buenísimo que habla sobre los delirios.
I can share it here.
Lo puedo compartir aquí.
Let me see if I can find it.
A ver si lo puedo encontrar.
Oh, there.
Ahí está.
Yeah, so I've spoken to a few people about this. So when I work with someone who's so blended with a part who has a kind of an extreme belief.
Sí, yo cuando trabajo con una persona que está tan mezclada con una parte que tiene una creencia extrema,
I'm wanting to walk a fine line between, so I would never want to counteract their belief.
Yo estoy un poquito con esa línea fina. Bueno, yo nunca me contradigo con su creencia.
It doesn't necessarily mean that I say I'm hearing that voice or that I'm think that their phone is bugged.
Sí, y eso no significa que yo estoy escuchando esa voz o que creo que esté captado su teléfono.
But I'm wanting to be open to what they're telling me. Help me understand is my frame of reference.
Pero quiero estar abierta a lo que me está contando. O sea, mi punto de referencia es ayúdame a entenderte.
And we're looking for points of difference. Is there any time when it's not 100% that, right? So if the CIA are after me and they've bugged my phone, is there any time they're not listening?
Entonces, si es así, estamos intentando buscar como puntos de diferencia. Si realmente la CIA tiene pinchado tu teléfono, ¿en algún momento no está pinchado?
And the other thing you can do is find ways to create some sense of safety.
Y otra cosa que puedes hacer es buscar maneras de crear alguna sensación de seguridad.
Because delusions are about anxiety.
Porque los delirios tienen que ver con la ansiedad.
So if we can find ways to lower the anxiety without necessarily addressing or saying that the belief isn't true,
si podemos encontrar maneras de rebajar esa ansiedad sin tener que recurrir a decir que esa creencia no es cierta,
then the person starts to be able to think about possibly it's not 100% true.
Entonces la persona puede tener la posibilidad de empezar a pensar que posiblemente esa creencia no es 100% cierta.
And from IFS point of view, obviously we're saying they feel less frightened, so there's a little bit more space for self.
Y desde el punto de vista IFS decimos que sienten menos miedo y hay un poco más de espacio para self.
And so some of the things that I might do are, if the phone's bugged, you know, is there some way to, you know, like put it away at night so you can sleep? You know, turn it off.
Por ejemplo, alguna cosa que yo haría si el teléfono está pinchado, si hay alguna manera, por ejemplo, de apartar o de apagar ese teléfono por la noche para que puedas descansar.
So it's sort of like in the joining with and then building some sense of safety, there becomes a little malleability in the belief.
Entonces, entre estar a su lado y de crear más sensación de seguridad, empieza a haber un poquito más de maleabilidad en la creencia.
And the other thing that I've heard from a woman that I was trying to recruit for my research.
Y otra cosa que yo escuché de una mujer que estaba intentando reclutar para mi investigación
is that she said trying to be logical with the voices doesn't work, but that when she extends her loving energy to them, it really helps.
Ella dijo que intentando ser lógica con las voces no funciona, pero si manda su energía amorosa hacia esas voces, sí que tiene su efecto.
So in the early stages, that's what my job is. I'm looking at the intention and the goodness inside of the person.
Y en las primeras fases, eso es mi trabajo. Estoy buscando esa buena intención en la persona.
Yeah. So, Estelle.
Sí, gracias, Stephanie. Sí, y cuando cuando realmente ese espacio que se abre, ¿no? Es decir, cuando la persona donde está conectado es que él, ¿no? Es amor puro, ¿no?
Yeah, I imagine that space when it opens, the state that person is in pure love.
Yeah.
Cuando es del otro lado, ¿no?
From the other side.
No es amenazante, sino que es al revés, ¿no? Tiene que ver con todo esto, ¿no? Que además, bueno, en el modelo, ¿no? De IFS, ¿no? Está muy conectado a la compasión, al amor, a todo esto, ¿no?
And that's when it's not threatening anymore, and it's full of how the model says of compassion and love.
Yes, and it doesn't mean that my understanding is that, you know, people titrate in and out, right? So there's times when the person can say to her voices, this woman who I was talking to, you know, I really get your fear and I love you so much, and they can be there and listen to it, and the voices relax.
Sí, y además no es un estado constante, o sea, es el cliente puede entrar y salir y a veces posicionarse en un lugar donde puede reconocer las voces y amarlas también. Y entonces las voces se relajan también.
And then there's other times when, you know, the voices are just big and they're frightened and they're not able to hear self for a period of time.
y hay otros momentos en que las voces están aterrorizadas y están ahí en ese estado y no hay posibilidad de mandarles ese amor.
And that's normal for all of us, right? Exactly the same, no difference between psychotic and everyone else.
Y eso es normal para nosotros también, no es diferente con la psicosis que con nuestras propias voces.
Yeah. So I'm going to add the paper here.
Estelle, ¿querías añadir algo?
Sí.
I saw Estelle make a gesture and I'm just asking her, I'm not sure if she was...
Lo que yo me refería es que que el delirio en sí, ¿no? esa parte extrema y con esas creencias, es que él, ¿no? esa parte cree que es el amor, ¿no? Es la compasión, es el que lo da todo, es esa la creencia.
And when
¿Sí?
what I meant to say was that in delusion is like also when that part feels that it's all love or it's all compassion.
Oh,
Okay.
I see.
Ahora
Yes.
lo veo. Okay.
Okay. So there's no badness in me because I am only that, right?
Entonces no hay maldad en mí porque soy todo eso.
Yeah. Again, I would just be wanting to stay with the person and say, I see that in you.
Y yo una vez más pues simplemente querría estar con la persona y decir, veo eso en ti.
And I'd be wanting to say, I see the goodness and I see those places in you where you have so much love. And I also see there's times when usually I've also met some other things, you know, and I would say, what's it like? Oh, sorry, Helen.
Y diría, sí, veo la bondad en ti, veo el amor y también veo que hay otras cosas, ¿no? Diferentes. ¿Cómo es eso?
And then I want to understand from the part, I want to know, like, what's it like to just be 100% love and you know, all the time. And I imagine that sometimes those parts might kind of say it's tiring.
Y yo entiendo la parte y le pregunté, ¿cómo es para ti ser amoroso todo el tiempo? Y puedo entender que eso puede cansar, ¿no?
You have any more to say, Estelle? You're laughing and...
¿Quieres añadir algo más? Veo que estás sonriendo, Estela.
No, thank you, Stephanie.
Gracias, Stephanie.
So I've added that paper in the chat there.
He añadido ese documento en el chat al que me referí antes.
So let's have another break and then we'll head into our last hour and a half.
Vale, vamos a descansar y luego haremos nuestra última hora y media.
I think we'll have 15 minutes this time.
Vamos a hacer un descanso de 15 minutos esta vez.
So, see you in 15.
Nos vemos en 15 minutos.
We're just going to have a little bit more. We're going to have a little bit more teaching and then we're going to do something practical.
Vamos a hacer un poquito más de didáctica y después haremos algo práctico.
And Anna, we finish in like an hour and 20, is that correct?
Terminamos en 1 hora y 20, Ana, ¿verdad?
Great. Okay, good. Can you go back to one more slide, to slide 15, Anna? I've decided to do that one as well. Okay, so just really quickly, the IFS is best placed because really we're very familiar with helping people listen inside to what's going on inside of their inner world.
Y así rápidamente el IFS encaja mejor en este abordaje porque estamos muy acostumbradas a escuchar el mundo interno y acompañar a las personas a escucharlo.
And these people are doing a lot of navigating a lot of their inner worlds all the time.
Y estas personas están haciendo mucha navegación interna, navegan mucho en su mundo interno.
And normally they don't have a place to talk about it. So really, we're offering them something unique.
Y normalmente no tienen un lugar donde hablar de ello. O sea, realmente le estamos ofreciendo algo único.
And I just thought I would share two things from this slide that I learned from clients.
Quiero compartir dos cosas de esta diapositiva que he aprendido de clientes.
One of my clients told me that he used to have anxiety, but it became big and loud.
Uno de mis clientes me dijo que solía tener ansiedad, pero se convirtió en algo más grande y que gritaba más.
And started to become external voices and visions.
Y se convirtió en voces externas y en visiones.
In order to be heard.
Para que pudiera ser escuchado.
And then the other thing one of my clients said was that she had been psychotic, and then when the psychosis finished, she was very, very anxious. She'd never been anxious in her life.
Y otra cosa que me dijo una cliente mía era que era psicótica y cuando se fue la psicosis, se convirtió en una persona muy, muy ansiosa, que nunca había sentido esa ansiedad en su vida.
And I'm still working with her, and she said, now I'm starting to feel all the things that my parts used to manage and cover up with psychosis.
Y me dijo que ahora estoy empezando a sentir lo que mis partes ocultaban o se manejaban con ello, con la psicosis.
And so it's really scary for her at the moment, and I have to give her a lot of reassurance that it's going to be okay, we're going to get through it.
Y está muy asustada en este momento y tengo que ofrecerla mucha seguridad y para acompañarla.
So the next slide, Anna. These are the qualities that we're offering a client. We're offering the calm, steady presence of the therapist. I'm fairly unflappable.
Y esto es lo que estamos ofreciendo a nuestros clientes, la tranquila presencia constante del self.
And also we're really making sure we're constantly asking the parts or the client.
Y también nos estamos asegurando en cada momento, constantemente estamos preguntando al cliente, preguntando a las partes.
I have a funny example. I had a client who would say to me, you have relentless curiosity, Stephanie.
Y tengo una anécdota graciosa y yo tenía una cliente que me decía, es que tienes una curiosidad incansable, Stephanie.
And one day I was talking to this person.
Y un día estaba hablando con esta persona.
And asking a lot of questions. And I said to him, what does that part say in response?
Y haciéndole muchas preguntas y le dije, bueno, ¿qué dice esta parte en respuesta a lo que estoy diciendo?
And instead of answering my question, he said, the voice says Sherlock.
Y en vez de responder a mis preguntas, dice, la voz dice Sherlock.
And I thought, what? I don't understand. I asked a question about your mother and you're saying the word Sherlock to me.
Y yo dije, ¿qué? No entiendo, te estoy haciendo una pregunta sobre tu madre y me respondes con Sherlock.
But I realized, oh, this is something about me being too curious.
Y luego me di cuenta de que, esto tiene que ver con ser demasiada curiosa.
And I wondered, either the client or me is a detective here.
Y me pregunto si el cliente o yo estamos siendo un detective aquí.
And I said to him, who is Sherlock then?
Y yo le pregunté, bueno, ¿quién es Sherlock entonces?
And he said, you are.
Y dice, tú.
And so then I was able to say, oh, are my questions too intense?
Y luego pude decir, ay, mis preguntas son demasiadas intensas.
And he said, yes. And I said, okay, let's back off a little.
Y me dijo, pues sí, entonces, bueno, pues entonces vamos a retroceder un poco.
And he said, I just love this parts work because it's so compassionate.
Y me dijo, es que me encanta este trabajo de partes porque es tan compasiva.
So, yeah, so if we're just really making sure we're asking the part all the time, then we'll get the answer we need and we can adapt to that.
Así que si nos aseguramos de estar preguntando a la parte todo el rato, recibiremos la respuesta que necesitamos para poder adaptarnos.
Which takes us on to the next slide, which is about attunement.
Y esto nos lleva a la próxima diapositiva, que tiene que ver con la sintonía.
Probably with this client group, we're wanting to speak for our parts maybe more than in other places.
Quizás con este grupo de clientes queremos hablar más sobre nuestras propias partes que en otros entornos.
So there are times when I might say, you know, I have a part who's really worried, or I might bring more of myself to the actual relationship.
Y a lo mejor hay momentos en que yo puedo decir, tengo una parte que está realmente preocupada, o a lo mejor comparto más sobre mí a la relación.
And also if the client asks me, so Gabriel hates it if I'm tired.
Y también si el cliente me pregunta, porque por ejemplo, Gabriel lo odia si estoy cansada.
So if he says, you look really tired today, Stephanie, I have to admit, yeah, I am really tired.
Y si él me dice a mí, jolines, parece que estás súper cansada hoy, Stephanie, pues tengo que reconocer, pues sí, estoy muy cansada.
And whereas, you know, I might want to say, I'm okay enough. I'm not that tired.
A lo mejor quisiera decir, bueno, no estoy tan cansada, estoy bien.
But for him, the fear is about me being less attuned and not being able to attend to him. So if I kind of like minimize it, it doesn't make him feel safe.
Pero para él es el miedo a que esté menos sintonizada con él, menos disponible para él. Entonces, si yo lo minimizo, entonces para él no lo siente como algo seguro.
Yeah, so I have to kind of be fairly honest about my state, and then we have to work it out. And sometimes he doesn't want the session if I'm too tired.
Y tengo que ser bastante honesta con mi estado, y vamos viendo cómo lo vamos apañando. Y hay veces que Gabriel no quiere tener la sesión si estoy demasiado cansada.
So anyway, I suppose I'm just explaining this because it's really important that I'm really, really authentic in the relationship.
Y estoy explicando esto porque es súper importante que sea realmente auténtica en la relación.
The other important piece about this slide when we talk about being in relationship is that we can really, there's something that we can trust about our inner experience in response to the other person's experience.
Y otra cosa que quiero subrayar de esa dispositiva que tiene que ver con nuestra relación es que podemos realmente confiar en nuestra propia experiencia interna para responder a la experiencia del otro.
So for an example, I listened to this client with his carer, and he was just twisting himself in pretzels in the way that he was explaining something so that he wouldn't be misunderstood. And I just knew that was part of his early experience.
Y para dar un ejemplo de esto, cuando estaba con un cliente que se estaba expresando sobre si su cuidador, pues estaba expresándose de manera muy enredada, y sé que esto tenía algo que ver con su experiencia del pasado.
And I definitely had a therapist part who wanted to be really calm and not speak for what was happening in me.
Y yo definitivamente tenía una parte de terapeuta que quería que estuviera muy calmada, que no hablara sobre lo que estaba ocurriendo dentro de mí.
But it felt more therapeutically important to speak for how outraged I felt having to listen to that.
Pero para mí era más terapéuticamente importante poder hablar por cómo me sentía de enfadada por lo que estaba escuchando.
So I just allowed myself to say, oh my God, that was the most excruciating thing I've ever had to listen to.
Y yo me permití decir, por Dios, eso es lo más difícil y doloroso que he podido escuchar en este momento.
And then I said, is it always like that? That looked so excruciating. Is it always like that in this relationship?
Y yo le dije, ¿es siempre así en esa relación? Porque eso parece tan doloroso.
So I'm just really, this is important to me because it feels like there is something about being really authentic in this relationship that is important about psychosis work.
Esto es muy importante para mí porque es tan importante ser auténtica en esta relación, sobre todo en el trabajo con la psicosis.
And just on that point, I think also if someone was scaring me, so if something was said to me that was scary, I'd want to tell the person, I feel frightened when you tell me that.
Y si algo me está asustando o si el cliente dice algo que me asusta, realmente quiero decir eso al cliente, oye, que me está asustando lo que me estás contando.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I'm just wanting to speak for obviously using your if you have a pod who has a concern because of something that's to do with you, that's one thing, but there's something about
si tienes una parte que está preocupada porque a lo mejor hay algo que tiene que ver contigo, pero luego hay otra cosa.
There's something intuitive about when something doesn't feel right to speak for it.
Hay algo intuitivo cuando tú sientes que algo no encaja, algo chirría de la importancia de hablar por ello.
Yeah. So anyway, I hope that's not confusing. I think if you are choosing to be in the relationship, it's fairly easy to know those points where you pivot.
Espero que esto no sea confuso, pero creo que si estás en esa relación, creo que conocéis bien, ¿no? Esos puntos donde pivotear.
Okay. Next slide. And this is, oh, well, that's really got to do with creativity as well.
Lo que he mencionado tiene mucho que ver con la creatividad.
Yeah, and we're really offering hope of understanding what's going on to the person who doesn't really understand what's going on.
Y estamos ofreciendo la esperanza de entender lo que está ocurriendo a una persona que no entiende lo que está pasando.
And then if we go on to the next slide, the last piece about external change may begin to happen.
Y si vemos en esta diapositiva el último punto donde el cambio externo puede comenzar a ocurrir antes de que esté disponible una comprensión.
Before maybe even a sense of what we call insight or understanding happens.
Y antes de que lo que nos llamamos insight o comprensión, antes de que eso ocurra.
So the person may not necessarily even give up their, say, quote unquote delusions before they start maybe being able to go out socially, whereas they'd never been able to before.
Por ejemplo, a lo mejor una persona no suelta sus delirios, aunque empiece a salir socialmente, algo que jamás podía hacer antes.
Okay. There's one more thing. I just also really important to know that I don't always know fully what my client, I don't always fully understand my client.
Una cosita más, es importante saber, yo no siempre entiendo completamente a mi cliente,
but I want to convey understanding to the client.
Pero sí que quiero expresar que estoy comprendiendo, esa comprensión al cliente.
So what I'm holding is there may be some piece of the content that doesn't make sense to me, but I am holding that largely everything I'm hearing makes sense to me, and I want the client to know that.
Y lo que estoy sosteniendo es que alguna pieza de la información que me está llegando a lo mejor no tiene sentido, pero a nivel global lo que está viviendo el cliente sí tiene sentido y quiero que que tenga sentido para mí, quiero que eso llegue al cliente.
Because I don't think these people are understood in many places, and it's a relief when they feel that.
Porque no creo que estas personas sean comprendidas en muchos lugares y para ellos es un gran alivio sentirse comprendidos.
Okay. So any quick questions, because we're going to have some time for, let's stop the screen share, Anna.
Sí, vamos a dejar de compartir pantalla. ¿Alguna pregunta rápida? Que vamos a hacer alguna práctica.
Okay, well, that's good.
Genial.
So the next piece that I want to show you is before I started working in IFS, I did a lot of work, and this is a technique that was similar to IFS, but was called voice dialogue.
Y lo siguiente que quiero compartir, yo antes de empezar a trabajar con IFS, vais a ver una pieza de trabajo sobre el diálogo de voces, que es similar a IFS, pero he trabajado mucho con esto.
And it's really good in the early stages if a person is a little worried, particularly talking to a voice.
Y está muy bien para las primeras fases si a alguna persona le preocupa hablar con una voz.
So if it's parts, people seem to be able to talk to their parts a lot more easily than external voices.
Si son partes, las personas tienen más facilidad para hablar con sus partes que con voces externas.
And I think that's partly because when the fear gets so bad that the object of the terror is no longer inside of me, but is external, the person's very much more afraid of the voice and hearing from it.
Porque eso es así, porque si el miedo se acrecenta, se hace tan grande que ya no es un miedo interno, sino un miedo de algo que puede venir externamente, la comunicación con esas voces se hace muy difícil.
So what we do is we set up what in IFS we call direct access.
Y lo que hacemos es que establecemos lo que llamamos en IFS acceso directo.
And we set it up with a little bit more safety.
Y creamos un poquito más de una seguridad adicional.
So let's go to the slide, Anna, the 28.
Vamos a ir a la diapositiva 28.
So essentially what we do is we ask the person if they would like to talk to the voice.
Especialmente lo que hacemos es que preguntamos a la persona si quiere hablar con la voz
or the part, and let them know that we're going to beforehand, before we do the talking to the voice or the part, we're going to figure out what we want to ask it.
Entonces preguntamos a la persona si quiere hablar con la voz o con la parte, pero de antemano vamos a ver juntos qué cosas queremos preguntar.
So we kind of really, it's mainly we're talking to a manager, but the person thinks it's themselves, which is fine.
Básicamente estamos hablando con un directivo, aunque la persona piensa que estamos hablando con él mismo, pero eso está bien.
And we just say, look, if we could talk to this part of this voice, what would you like to ask it?
Y decimos si pudiésemos hablar con esta parte, con esta voz, ¿qué te gustaría preguntarle?
And so they may have questions themselves, but if they don't, I sometimes might give them a list like this.
A lo mejor ellos tienen sus propias preguntas y si no la tienen, pues les ofrezco una lista como esto.
And then I really talk about the fact that we're going to do this very, very safely.
Y hablo mucho sobre el hecho de que lo vamos a hacer en un entorno muy seguro.
And that if they get scared at any point, we can stop.
Y si se asustan en cualquier momento, podemos parar.
And I remind them that nothing inside can hurt them if they're not afraid of it.
Y les recuerdo que nada dentro de ellos les pueden hacer daño si no les temen.
And that that we're only going to stick to the questions we decided at the beginning.
Y que nos vamos a hacer solamente las preguntas que hemos decidido antemano.
And then once we hear from the voice or the part, we come straight back out and talk to the person about it again.
Y una vez que escuchamos de la voz o de la parte, volvemos a salir y hablamos con la persona de nuevo.
So go to the next slide, Anna.
En la próxima diapositiva.
So sometimes I would give the person this. It's from the Hearing Voices Network.
A veces le doy al cliente esto que viene de la red de las voces dialogantes.
And it just helps them to know we're doing this safely together.
Y esto les ayuda a saber que esto lo estamos haciendo de manera segura juntos.
And I trust them to know what is right for them and to listen inside and start and stop as they need.
Y yo confío en ellos, en que puedan escucharse y parar cuando lo necesiten.
And I also trust my feelings and my listening inwards and also noticing what I'm noticing from them to guide us as well.
Y yo también confío en mi escucha interna y también ir notando lo que es adecuado para ellos.
And Anna, the next one. Okay. Oh, that was the list of questions. Sorry, I don't read Spanish.
La lista de preguntas, perdona.
So this is what we were actually looking at. Sorry, one wrong slide. Yeah, so the main thing is that, sorry, I got myself in a jumble about what slide we were on, but that's okay.
Me he confundido un poquito con en qué diapositiva estábamos, pero eso está bien.
So the main thing is we just do reflective listening.
Lo principal es que hacemos una escucha reflexiva.
So I'm going to demonstrate this. Let's stop the slide share.
Voy a demostrar esto. ¿Podemos dejar de compartir pantalla?
So I wonder if someone would like to volunteer.
¿Alguien quiere ofrecerse como voluntario para esta demo?
Explica qué tienen que hacer.
Could you explain what they would need to do?
Yeah. So they would just have a part that they would like to get to know a little. It will be very, very short.
Y va a ser algo muy breve, una parte que queráis conocer un poquito.
and I will ask them up front what would they like to ask, and we'll formulate some questions.
Y os voy a preguntar directamente qué queréis preguntar y vamos a hacer la lista de preguntas.
And then I will just explain the same as I would to any client that we're going to just go and listen to the part and then come straight back out.
Y como digo a cualquiera de mis clientes que vamos a ir a escuchar la parte y después volveremos a salir.
And once we've listened to the part, I come back and I just check with the person what was that like to hear all of that.
Y una vez que escuchamos a la parte, chequeo con la persona que cómo ha sido para ella escuchar todo eso de la parte.
So that's the exercise. You just formulate a list of questions that you would be willing to ask or wanting to know from a part.
Eso sería el ejercicio, pues hacer un listado de preguntas que te gustaría hacer a la parte.
Rafaela, ¿eres voluntaria?
Rafaela, do you want to volunteer?
If nobody else wants to, I'm happy to do it.
Si nadie más lo quiere hacer, pues lo hago encantada.
Okay.
Oh.
Paula, do you want to? Paula, would you like to volunteer?
Whoever is first. Quien sea primero. Soy bilingüe. I'm bilingual. Si Rafaela es primero, ya no sé quién era primero. Whoever is first. Quien sea primero.
So Helen, sorry, let me clarify that. She's just saying she doesn't mind if it was her or Rafaela. Is that right?
¿Eso significa que es, no te importa que seas tú o Rafaela?
Whatever is decided is okay with me. Lo que se decida está bien para mí.
Okay.
Creo que puso primero la mano.
¿Qué has dicho, Ana? Perdón.
Que creo que Rafaela subió la mano primero, ¿no?
I think Rafaela raised her hand first.
Okay.
Could I ask a question? Is there a need for Ana for you to have this preferably be in Spanish, or because?
¿Hay una necesidad para ti que esto sea preferiblemente en español, Ana?
No, porque Helen está traduciendo igual al español o al inglés.
Well, because Helen is translating from the same to English or Spanish.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go with Rafaela because she raised her hand first. And
vamos a ir con Rafaela, que se ha levantado la mano primero.
¿Apagamos las cámaras, Stephanie?
Is it okay for the rest of us to turn off the cameras?
Great.
Let me just close the door.
Pero voy a cerrar la puerta.
Great. So is there a part that you would like to get to know Rafaela?
¿Hay una parte de que querrás conocer, Rafaela?
Yes, there is.
Sí la hay.
Great. And so do you know this part very well?
Bien, ¿conoces a esta parte muy bien?
I know how she makes me feel quite well, but I don't know her very well yet.
Sé cómo me hace sentir bastante bien, pero conocerla a ella no demasiado bien todavía.
Okay, so how do you know this part? Is it like the angry part, the daydreamy part? Do you have a name or you call it?
¿Y cómo conoces a esta parte? ¿Es la parte enfadada? ¿Es la parte que sueña? ¿Cómo la conoces?
She's a part, she tries really hard.
Es una parte que siempre se esfuerza muchísimo, intenta muchísimo.
Yeah, she tries to get it right, to do a good job.
Siempre está intentando acertar y hacerlo bien.
Yeah, she tries to get it right. She tries really hard. Okay.
Se esfuerza mucho, ¿no? Intenta acertar.
So let's make a list of questions together about the types of things you'd like to get to know about her.
Vamos a hacer una lista de preguntas juntas sobre aquello que quieres conocer sobre ella.
Okay.
What kinds of things would you like to know?
¿Qué tipo de cosas te gustaría conocer de ella?
I have other parts that make it hard for me to know what questions that I would want to know from her. I just know I want to get to know her better. But then
Otras partes mías que dificultan que yo pueda formular preguntas para llegar a conocerla. Yo sé que quiero conocerla mejor.
Okay. So maybe can I suggest some questions?
That would be great.
¿Puedes sugerir alguna pregunta? Sí, eso sería genial.
Yeah, okay. So maybe we could ask this part, like, how is it trying to help you?
A lo mejor podemos preguntar a esta parte, ¿cómo está intentando ayudarte?
Would that be all right?
¿Está bien para ti?
Yeah, that sounds like a good question.
Parece una buena pregunta.
Okay, and things like, would it be okay to ask what are you trying to achieve for Rafaela?
¿Estaría bien que le preguntáramos qué quiere conseguir para Rafaela?
Yeah, that's a good question too. I know there's another part that tries to shut this part down.
Sí, eso es una buena pregunta, porque sé que hay otra parte que intenta apagar a esta parte.
It's an older part that knows how to get it right.
Es una parte más mayor que sabe cómo hacerlo bien.
So it came after this younger part.
Entonces ha ido detrás de esta parte más pequeña.
So the one who wants to shut it down, will it be willing to give us space just for the exercise so that we can get to know that part? Just ask the questions.
I think so. This feels safe.
Esa parte que quiere apagar a esta parte que queremos conocer, ¿está bien que le pidamos que se ponga a un lado para que nos dé espacio para hacer estas preguntas y conocer a esta parte mejor? Sí, yo creo que sí.
Oh, sorry, I don't know if you translated me already, Helen. I said, I think so. This feels safe. Okay.
Y yo creo que sí, me siento seguro. Thank you for checking.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the questions. So we're going to ask, how is it trying to help you? What does it want to achieve for you?
Estoy mirando las preguntas. Vamos a preguntar cómo quiere ayudarte, qué quiere conseguir para ti.
Wondering, Stephanie, because it feels like a really young part. Well, I know it's a really young part. She's like 3. Maybe asking also something about her feeling state.
Me estoy planteando, Stephanie, porque es una parte muy pequeña, creo que tiene 3 años. También preguntar algo sobre su estado emocional.
Great.
Sí, genial.
Okay, so just get in touch with her, just listen inside. We can stop anytime if it doesn't feel right.
Y a ver si puedes contactar con ella dentro. Podemos parar en cualquier momento que sientes que no esté bien.
Are you in touch with her, Rafaela?
¿Estás en contacto con ella, Rafaela?
Great. Yeah, so we're just going to ask these 3 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4 actually.
Vamos a hacerle estas 3 preguntas. 1, 2, 3, 4 preguntas.
So just ask her, how is she trying to help you, Rafaela?
Pregúntala, ¿cómo está intentando ayudarte, Rafaela?
She's saying she's so confused.
Está diciendo que está muy confusa.
And she's trying to get it right.
Y está intentando hacerlo bien.
Yeah, so she's really confused and she's really trying to get it right.
Sí, que está muy confusa y está intentando tanto hacerlo bien.
She doesn't understand how she's supposed to be.
no entiende cómo debería ser.
Yeah, she doesn't know how to be.
Claro, no sabe cómo estar.
Yeah, there's a way she's supposed to be, right?
Hay una manera que debería de ser.
Yeah, her parents are, it's hard for her just to get it. It feels like they're mixed messages, like she just doesn't know.
Sí, sus padres es tan difícil entender lo que quieren decir, son mensajes mezcladas, no sabe cómo descifrarlas.
Yeah, she doesn't, it's confusing and she doesn't know, right? Because the parents are offering mixed messages. Yeah, okay.
Es confuso y no sabe porque los padres ofrecen mensajes mixtos.
And there's something that she doesn't get about, hang on a second.
Hay algo que no entiende sobre, un momento.
There's something about their inability to connect with her, and it feels for her like it's so easy, it's so simple, it's just about love, and for her that, sorry.
Sí, hay algo sobre la incapacidad de sus padres de conectar con ella y ella lo ve tan fácil, solo tiene que ver con amor.
Okay. Yeah, so let's ask her, what is her feeling state?
Vamos a preguntarla sobre su estado de sentimientos.
She's mostly really tired and sad.
La mayor parte del tiempo está muy cansada y triste.
But the attention right now is giving her a bit of energy.
Pero la atención que está recibiendo ahora mismo le está dando un poco de energía.
Right. Yeah. And can we ask her, what is her role in your life?
¿Le podemos preguntar cuál es su rol en tu vida?
She says, what a big question. That's such a big question.
Dice, jo, vaya pregunta, eso es una gran pregunta.
It kind of, this is me talking, kind of feels like that's too big a question. I don't know if we can break that down.
Y esta soy yo hablando, pero lo que percibo de ella es que está diciendo que esta es una pregunta demasiado grande, si la podemos partir en trozos.
What came up just after I said that was to make sure that I'm loved.
Y lo que surgió después de que haya dicho esto es asegurarme de ser amada.
Great. Yeah, she really wants to make sure you're loved, right?
Y ella quiere asegurarse de que seas amada.
Great. So maybe just thank her for letting you know all of that, Rafaela. And we contracted to really only do those few questions and come straight back out. So let her know we can come and listen another time.
Igual puedes agradecerla por haber compartido eso contigo y como hemos acordado hacer estas preguntas, estas 3 preguntas y salir, pues dile que podemos volver con ella en otro momento.
So she's a little sad about that, but the mitigator that tries to block, she's okay.
Sí, pues ella está un poco triste de no seguir aquí con estas preguntas, pero la que intenta minimizar dice, eso está bien, que lo dejemos aquí.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? She was getting a little bit of energy from the attention finally, and so she's a little sad. Yeah.
Sí, tiene sentido que está recibiendo algo de energía de la atención que le estamos dando y que esté triste de parar.
Rafaela, can you let her know something about that? Like,
¿Le puedes decir algo al respecto, Rafaela?
I'm just letting her know that I'm really appreciating her in my system and her vulnerability.
Estoy diciendo que le agradezco muchísimo su presencia en mi sistema, su vulnerabilidad.
And I'm extending my love to her.
Y estoy extendiendo mi amor hacia ella.
Great. And maybe just if it feels right, letting her know you are going to come back and give her that attention she really needs.
Y si está bien para ti, le puedes decir que vas a volver con ella y darle esa atención que necesita.
Yeah, and I just also letting the mitigator know that I appreciate her.
Y también le estoy diciendo la parte que minimiza, que yo la puedo cuidar.
Yeah, so just coming back out. So what did you get to hear?
Vamos a volver hacia afuera. ¿Qué has podido escuchar, Rafaela?
Okay, so I'm noticing that there's a part which I noticed comes up more often that sometimes like brings like an amnesia kind of thing that I don't remember, have to work hard to remember.
Estoy notando que hay una parte que surge en mí que tiene como una especie de amnesia para que no tenga que trabajar duro para recordar.
And I noticed that there's an awareness that there was an important thing said.
También tengo esta conciencia de que se ha dicho algo importante
that really landed with me, but that I have to go back and dig to find it. And I can, but it's not there naturally.
Que llegó a mí, aterrizó en mí, pero que tengo que volver y escarbar un poquito para volver a encontrarlo porque no está conmigo de manera natural.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can just tell you what I heard.
Yo te puedo decir, lo que he escuchado y Rafaela dice eso es más fácil.
Yeah, so she was saying she's confused and she wants to get it right, that she doesn't understand her parents or how she doesn't understand how to be.
Estaba diciendo que está confusa, que quiere intentar hacerlo bien y que tiene problemas a la hora de entender a sus padres y no sabe muy bien cómo estar, cómo ser.
And that the messages from her parents are really confusing and that she mostly feels tired and sad.
Que los mensajes de sus padres son realmente confusos y que se siente cansada, triste.
But that this attention, she felt good. She had more energy with the attention.
Pero que con esta atención se sintió bien, sentía más energía con esta atención.
And then she said that the role she has in your life is to make sure you're loved.
Y luego dijo que el rol que tiene en tu vida es asegurarse de que seas amada.
So, what's that like to hear?
¿Cómo es para ti escuchar todo esto?
Yeah, the last thing, that was the important thing.
Sí, lo último era la cosa importante.
Yeah.
And I have an appreciation for hearing it back.
Y tengo un aprecio por volver a escucharlo.
And also a curiosity around not having, like it's all familiar, what you read back or say back.
Una curiosidad sobre que todo lo que has leído ahora me suena familiar.
But just like a curiosity, I don't know, head and heart curiosity around not having been able to hold that.
Y luego tengo una curiosidad de mente y de corazón sobre ¿y por qué no he podido sostener eso?
And tracking as you were reading it back or saying it back to me. Yeah, sort of check. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, check. I remember that. And then thinking, but this isn't that important thing yet. And then the second to last thing you said, Yeah, the attention felt good. Oh, that was there too, but that's not the important thing. Is that still coming? So a part was around that as well.
Y luego revisando, así, punteando lo que tú has ido diciendo, sí, eso era importante, la atención era importante, pero eso que era lo más importante, eso no lo era.
Okay, great. So, just for the purpose of the exercise, we're not going to keep going. So maybe everyone just pop your videos back on.
Simplemente para el propósito del ejercicio no vamos a seguir con la demo, así que podéis ir volviendo.
So we have 35 minutes left, and really the only other thing we have is questions if people want questions. So we have time for
35 minutos, o sea que tenemos un espacio para preguntas y también tenemos tiempo.
So we have 20 minutes really to do an exercise where we go in pairs, and we do that. And it's a very short and sharp and shiny exercise. I didn't set it up as proper direct access that time. That was more insight.
Y tenemos 20 minutos ahora para hacer una práctica en parejas. Es un ejercicio así breve, agudo. No es como acceso directo completo, que no lo he podido plantear.
With an actual voice hearer or someone having those experiences, it would be shorter because of the fact that it would be hard to access. Raphael had a lot she could access.
Y con respecto a la demo, con una persona que escucha voces, que tiene ese tipo de experiencia, hubiera sido mucho más breve, no hubiera tenido tanto acceso como ha tenido Rafaela.
So the goal is really, we're mainly focusing on, all we do is reflective listening, because this is very early stages of a person who's not even used to listening to their voices or their parts, right? It's really scary.
El goal es estar con la escucha reflexiva, porque una persona no está acostumbrada a escuchar sus voces, porque eso aún asusta mucho.
So that's really what the exercise is. Nuria, did you have a question?
De eso iba el ejercicio. Nuria, ¿tenías una pregunta?
No estoy segura si puedo hacer ahora una pregunta. Yo quería preguntar justo sobre cómo lo manejas cuando exacto, lo que es lo que estás diciendo, cuando la persona tiene mucho miedo y ese mundo interno de partes y voces está muy bloqueado.
Yes, I'm not sure if I can ask the question now, but I wanted to ask you that precisely. How do you address that when the person is very scared of his internal voices, his internal world, and it's blocked?
Yeah. We don't push it. If they don't want to talk to the voice, we don't. And sometimes we might set up the questions and we go till we hear one piece, and then it's just there's another part who comes in.
Nunca forzamos el trabajo. A lo mejor decidimos hacer algunas preguntas y empezamos con la primera y no va y tenemos que volver a salir.
But I do tell the person that the voices or the part can't hurt them.
Pero sí que digo a la persona que las voces y la parte no les puede hacer daño.
And that by listening to it, we might hear something that is not what we think it is.
Y escuchándolo, a lo mejor escuchamos algo que no es algo que pensamos que es.
So, it might seem that this voice or this part's trying to hurt you or it's really scary. And then when we get to know it, we might find it's not so scary.
Puede parecer que esta voz quiere hacerte daño, que da mucho miedo, pero cuando llegamos a conocerlo, a lo mejor esas no son sus intenciones.
And also when there is a part or a voice that is blocking the communication with the therapist.
Y también si hay una parte o una voz que está bloqueando la comunicación con el terapeuta.
Actually threatening the person in order not to speak with the therapist.
Amenazando a la persona para que no hable con el terapeuta.
Yeah, so that's the part I want to get to know.
Esa es la parte que yo quiero llegar a conocer.
And I want to use empathy in the first instance.
Y en primera instancia quiero utilizar empatía.
And I would be saying things like, yeah, who is this therapist? Who is Stephanie?
Y yo diría, pues claro, ¿quién es esta terapeuta? ¿Quién es Stephanie?
You know, this part probably has great reason to not want to speak to me. Maybe there's been loads of times that things haven't gone well when it's spoken to professionals.
Y esta parte tiene sus buenas razones para no querer hablar conmigo. A lo mejor le ha pasado cosas mientras ha hablado con otros profesionales.
And so if there's availability from the part who's blocking to answer some questions, we could go on to sort of say like, can it tell me what it's afraid if you were to talk? But sometimes that is not available.
Si hay disponibilidad para hacer preguntas a esta parte que está bloqueando, le podemos preguntar qué teme que pueda ocurrir si el cliente habla con Stephanie, pero no siempre está disponible este espacio para hacer esa pregunta.
I like to use a phrase where I say, I make up a story.
Y me gusta utilizar una frase donde digo, invento una historia.
And I might, if there's just no communication at all, I might just say, oh, it just looks so hard.
Y si no hay ninguna comunicación en absoluto, entonces a lo mejor digo, pues esto parece bastante difícil.
It looks so hard, and I make up a story that there must have been so many times when you speaking didn't go well.
Sí, a lo mejor me creo una historia y digo, me imagino la cantidad de veces que has intentado expresarte y no ha ido bien.
And I really just respect your right not to talk to me.
Y te respeto tu derecho de no hablar conmigo.
But I also am really here with a lot of really non-judgment, and we're going to take as long as we need to find a way to make this feel safe enough.
Y estoy realmente aquí sin ningún juicio para tomar todo el tiempo necesario para que sientas la suficiente seguridad.
And I might want to spend some time mitigating fears around detentions, you know, like being hospitalized, or any of the things that I'm guessing the person might have had in the past that I'm not going to enact.
Y quizás toma un tiempo para minimizar miedos que a lo mejor pueden deberse al pasado de ingresos que haya tenido, y asegurarle que yo no voy por allí.
Yeah, so I'm really just sort of like being in the space in a way that's relational. I may speak about things I do know about the person in a fond way.
Y me quedo en el espacio de manera relacional. A lo mejor hablo de cosas que sí sé sobre esa persona, pero de manera positiva.
So is that helpful, Nuria?
No sé si te he respondido a tu pregunta. ¿Eso ayuda, Nuria?
Yes, thank you. I've got another question later on. If there is time, I would be very grateful if I could make it.
Tengo otra pregunta. Más tarde, si hay tiempo, me gustaría, estaría muy agradecida de poder hacerla.
Great. Pilar.
Stephanie, a ver, tú, o sea, evidentemente ninguna parte interna de nuestro sistema interno quiere hacernos daño.
I believe, Stephanie, that no inner part of us wants to harm us.
Pero hay momentos, ¿vale?, donde sí se producen autolesiones o incluso intentos de suicidio.
But there are moments where there is self-harming or even suicidal attempts.
Yeah.
Claro. Entonces, un poquito ahí, ¿cómo manejas esto?
So how do you address this then?
Well, I'm not really ever worried about that. If normally when a part doesn't want to listen to another part, it doesn't like the content of the, like what's being said,
No estoy demasiado preocupada por eso. Normalmente cuando una parte no quiere escuchar a la otra es porque no le gusta el contenido.
So when I say we don't have to be afraid, it's really just about, the shaming messages or the scary content of the words.
Y cuando digo que no tenemos que tener miedo, tiene más que ver con los mensajes de vergüenza o de los contenidos de miedo de las palabras.
But if the part is actually threatening, so like I don't want to listen to the voice because it tells me it's going to kill me.
Por ejemplo, pero si la parte en realidad está amenazando, por ejemplo, no quiero escuchar a la voz que me está diciendo que me va a matar,
then I'd be wanting to a few things, find out, has that part ever taken charge and tried something like that?
Me gustaría averiguar algunas cositas, si esa parte alguna vez realmente ha tomado el control y ha llevado a cabo algo así.
And also I want to talk about the fact that we're going to do it really safely. So we listen to the part to find out why it does that.
Y luego voy a hablar del hecho de que lo vamos a hacer de manera muy segura. Entonces hablo con la parte y para averiguar por qué hace eso.
And that we're not taking its side, we're not going to let it take over the whole person.
Que no vamos a permitir que tome el control de toda la persona.
And that actually listening to it often makes parts be less extreme.
Y que escuchándola hace que las partes sean menos extremas.
So, does that make sense?
¿Tiene sentido lo que te digo?
Do you have anything else? Like, I'm happy to have you say, that doesn't answer my question, Stephanie.
¿Quieres decir algo más? Yo estoy feliz de que me digas, oye, que eso no ha respondido a mi pregunta, Stephanie.
Sí, no, sí la responde. Ahora voy a pensar un poquito más y probablemente vuelva.
Yeah, it did answer, but I'm going to think about it a bit more and I might come back.
Great. Yeah, good.
Genial.
Lila?
Sí, yo a propósito de lo que están diciendo, que yo justo esta semana he estado con eso en la cabeza.
Yeah, this week I was thinking about that.
Que parece que el self es el que le da el amor a la parte.
It seems like self gives love to the part.
Pero la parte está haciendo un sacrificio amoroso por la persona. Entonces veo lo importante que es encontrar el sacrificio que la parte, sacrificio amoroso que está haciendo la parte a su manera.
But the part is doing a loving sacrifice for that person. So yeah, it's important to find that loving sacrifice that the part is doing in its own way.
Entonces en ese sentido veo la similitud que hay entre el self y esa parte.
So I can see the similarity between self and that sacrificing part.
Entonces veo la curiosidad como self, lo importante que es que esa curiosidad sea encontrar el sacrificio de la parte amorosa.
How important this curiosity of self is to find that loving sacrifice of the part.
I agree.
Estoy de acuerdo.
Solo quería compartir. Es como esa reflexión, la ganas de ponerla en palabras.
Yeah, I just wanted to share this reflection with all of you.
Yeah, it's so important, Leila. It's, really all of our protectors do it out of love, right?
Tan importante, todos nuestros protectores lo hacen por amor.
I had a protector in my trauma healing who was so mean to other parts inside of me. And when we got to talk to her, she did not want us to go to the exiles at all because she was trying to take care of them. She was like, they're so stupid, you can't go there.
Yo en mi propia sanación de mi trauma, yo tenía una parte que era muy antipática con las demás partes de mi sistema y no quería que me acercara a mis exiliadas porque decía que eran unas inútiles, que no servían para nada y estaba ahí haciendo tanto trabajo para cuidarlas.
But when we finally got there, she cried and she said, you better not hurt them. If you're going to go, don't you hurt them.
Y además les protegía tanto que cuando llegamos a las exiliadas, ella lloró y me dijo, ni se te ocurra hacerlas daño, como te acerques, ni se te ocurra hacerlas daño.
So yeah, I just really showed me how much even the most strident, what seems like malicious protector is so full of love for the other parts.
Se me mostró que las partes más maliciosas en apariencia tenían tanto amor sobre esas otras partes.
Mira, es que me estaba pensando en una paciente que tengo.
I was thinking about a client that I have.
Vale, entonces, podemos trabajar cuando la lesión, la autolesión, la hace consciente.
Okay, I think that we can work if the self-harming is something that's conscious.
Ahí es más fácil poder hablar con esa partecita. Pero es que ya muchas veces cuando, verás, está mucho mejor porque ya controla más las autolesiones, pero ahora ha empezado a autolesionarse, totalmente disociada, ya no sabe que se autolesiona. Se despierta, o sea, digamos de alguna manera vuelve en sí cuando se está haciendo daño y ya tiene sangre, que entonces es como que vuelve, ¿no?
So it's easy to speak with the part if the client is conscious of the part, but if the self-harming part becomes unconscious, and for example, my client becomes conscious of it when maybe she wakes up and sees that she has blood.
Yeah. So hang on, let me just slow down 1 second.
Voy a ir un poquito más despacio, a ver.
Yeah, when you work with her, do you attempt to get to speak to that part, even though she wasn't conscious at the moment that she self-harmed? Can you talk to it later?
Cuando trabajas con ella, ¿es posible para ti hablar con esa parte, aunque no estuviera consciente de ella en el momento de la lesión? ¿Consigues poder hablar con ella más tarde?
No.
Okay, all right.
Porque digamos, el self, bueno, es que yo no estoy todavía como muy acostumbrada a este lenguaje que utilizáis vosotros, ¿no? En IFS. Pero digamos como que la parte adulta o la parte a cargo tiene muchísimo miedo de la parte que daña.
No, because I'm not used to using the IFS language, but the adult in her is very scared of the part that self-harms.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, it is hard if we're not well versed in IFS to have a lot of confidence in being able to say, I know you're scared, but I know we can help them if you can.
Sí, es difícil si aún no estamos muy acostumbradas, ¿no? En este tema de IFS, el poder tener plena confianza para decir, sé que tienes miedo y sé al mismo tiempo que podemos ayudar.
What I often say though, and I don't want to sound callous.
A ver, y lo que a menudo digo, y no quiero que esto suene como que sepa más.
So you have to say it with gentleness and compassion.
Hay que decirlo con suavidad, con compasión.
But the first step is to understand to let the person know it makes sense you're so afraid of this self-harm part.
Lo primero es hacerle llegar al cliente que tiene todo el sentido del mundo que tengas miedo de esta parte que autolesiona.
And I get that you're afraid that if we listen to it, it would like maybe get worse.
Y entiendo que puedas temer que si la escuchamos, a lo mejor se intensifica.
But I wonder if it's working to ignore it. Is it working?
Me pregunto si está trabajando para ignorarla.
And sometimes when we ask that question, the part can go, oh, what I'm doing doesn't work.
Entonces, a lo mejor si hacemos esa pregunta, a lo mejor la parte se da cuenta y dice, anda, si lo que estoy haciendo no está funcionando.
And then we can invite it, oh, would you like to try something else? We could give it a go.
Y luego podemos invitar, ¿te gustaría probar algo más? ¿Hacemos una prueba?
Yeah. Nuria.
Thank you so much. But I'll do it in Spanish. I think my Spanish is better than my English.
Muchas gracias. Lo voy a hacer voy a hacer la pregunta en español.
De una paciente que tengo que va a cumplir 17 años y yo sospecho que ha habido algún tipo de abuso.
Okay, it's about a client that is 17 years old, and I suspect that it might have had some abuse.
Su mundo interno es muy florido, hay muchas partes, pero ella entra en estados disociativos.
Her internal life is very flourished with many parts, but she also goes in some dissociative states.
Hemos conseguido hablar con dos partes y yo me pregunto si lo que ha ocurrido es lo que antes explicaste de una parte que tiene el conocimiento y quiere compartirlo y la otra que lo va a negar.
And we were able to speak with two parts, and I'm asking myself if that has to be with one part that wants to convey what it needs, its message, and the other part that wants to deny it.
Son dos niñas, una de ellas habla respecto de otra parte que es una sombra, con muchas connotaciones de índole sexual como juegos.
There are two parts. One of it is a girl who talks about. ¿Me repites lo último, perdona?
Con otra parte que le llama la sombra, con connotaciones de juegos y con implícita contenido sexual.
It talks about another part that she calls the shadow with some implicit sexual connotations.
Y cuando yo retomo la siguiente sesión y le pregunto si recuerda que en la última sesión estuvimos hablando con esta niña, ella ahí aparece la otra parte que lo niega completamente diciendo yo no hablo de esas cosas, me dan asco y se bloquea completamente. Y mi pregunta es...
In our next session, when I ask her, do you remember in the last session we spoke to this girl and she talked about the shadow, another part comes in and says, what? I never said that. I'm not that type of girl.
That's disgusting. I don't speak about sex. I hate it.
Eso es asqueroso. No, eso es asqueroso. Yo no hablo sobre sexo. Lo odio.
And I wonder whether what happened is actually what you explained before. Is this contradiction, this dynamic? One side wanting to let me know, and the other one not wanting to let go. So how to handle it? How to approach this?
Y me pregunto si eso tiene que ver con la dinámica que has descrito sobre una parte que quiere revelar y compartir y otra parte que quiere ocultar, y cómo abordas esto.
Y ninguna de las dos partes, none of the two parts speak, they only write.
Y ninguna de las dos partes hablan, se comunican a través de la escritura.
She arrived to my practice because she had a selective muteness.
Vino a mi consulta porque tenía una mudez selectiva.
Mutismo selectivo.
Mudismo selectivo.
Yeah. So is she writing? Is she still only writing? Does she ever speak?
¿Sigue escribiendo solamente, pero alguna vez habla?
Now she speaks quite a lot and other parts and everything. But when these two little girls come out, they only speak. So I guess that is, they only write. They only write, sorry. So I wonder whether they only write because it's pre-verbal memory.
Entonces, sí, ahora que está hablando y habla por bastante de sus partes, pero cuando aparecen estas dos partes niñas, solamente escribe, entonces me pregunta que si pueden ser partes preverbales.
Okay. So I think I don't have an answer about pre-verbal. I think intuitively you have to just follow what you know of the client and what you kind of feel. And I always like to hold on to
una respuesta sobre partes preverbales. Yo creo que más o menos tenemos que estar en sintonía con el
I don't think they are preverbal anyway. I think they're around 7, 8.
Can I finish translating what she just said? Sorry. Entonces yo creo que sí hay que un poquito estar en sintonía, ir siguiendo por dónde va el cliente y dice Nuria que yo creo que no son preverbales.
Yes, and I was going to say any interpretations that I'm making or guessing, I'm holding over here and not really telling the client anyway.
Y yo también quiero decir que cualquier interpretación que estoy haciendo lo estoy adivinando, lo estoy suponiendo y lo estoy poniendo a un lado. No, eso no lo expreso al cliente.
But to go back to the point about a part telling you something and then another part going, that's not true, right?
Retomando eso de que una parte contándote una cosa y otra diciendo que eso no es verdad.
It's really good news that they told you initially, and then the fact that they have to deny just tells you the amount of wounding.
Y es una noticia buenísima que hayan dicho en primer lugar lo que hayan comunicado, y el hecho de que lo vuelvan a denegar es un reflejo de la herida que tienen.
And so with psychotic clients, what I tend to do is I'll just let that go then, because it will become available again later, but if I push it, it becomes unsafe.
Entonces con clientes psicóticos yo sigo la corriente porque sé que esa información va a estar disponible más adelante, pero si lo fuerzo, entonces quito seguridad.
And I just also want to say, Nuria, she came in with selective mutism and now she's speaking, so she's feeling a lot safer.
Y también quiero decir que se ha llegado con un mutismo selectivo y ahora está hablando, pues se siente mucho más segura.
And as if, you know, we don't know if it's sexual abuse or not. And ultimately it doesn't matter because the system will let you know whatever it needs to let you know eventually.
Y puede que sea, no sabemos si es abuso sexual o no, pero en realidad no es lo más importante porque el sistema te permitirá saber lo que tengamos que saber.
And sexual stuff coming out in that way doesn't necessarily mean abuse, by the way.
Y cuando ocurren cosas sexuales de esa manera, no significa necesariamente que tenga que ver con abuso sexual.
It could be really mixed, confused messages. It can be, you know, experiences, you know, just like in peer groups growing up that you end up like conflicted about who you are and your sexuality.
Y puede ser de mensajes mixtos, confusos o experiencias conflictivas en la adolescencia donde estás confundida de quién eres tú.
And of course it could be abuse, but we just hold it lightly until it becomes clear.
Y puede que sea abuso, pero lo dejamos a un lado hasta que no sea totalmente claro.
Okay. So I'm just acknowledging we're not going to have time for the exercise, which is fine. It really isn't something that people need to practice.
Estoy viendo que no vamos a tener tiempo para hacer el ejercicio práctico, pero bueno.
¿Puedes mencionar cómo era, solo por si lo quieren hacer luego?
Could you mention what the practice was going to be in case they want to do it on their own?
Yeah, it was just what I did with Rafaela, just doing some direct access with the questions pre-formulated.
Era para poder hacer en pareja lo que hicimos en la demo con Rafaela.
But I'm really glad we had enough time for everyone's questions. We have a few minutes left if anyone had one last question.
Estoy contenta de que haya habido tiempo para vuestras preguntas. Quedan algunos minutos por si alguien más quiere preguntar.
Anna.
Yeah, I was thinking about if it's not voices, but other states, and the clients don't really know how to talk to the part.
Estaba preguntando si no son voces, pero otros estados, y los clientes no saben muy bien cómo hablar con la parte.
Yeah, there is a way. I wish I had there's some really good early sessions with Gabriel where he wasn't really in a place to be able to listen inward very well. But there are knowings in there, even when a person is not able to speak directly.
Sí, ojalá hubiera tenido trozos de las primeras sesiones con Gabriel, porque él estaba en un estado donde no era posible comunicarse directamente con él, pero hay conocimientos importantes, aunque no puedan comunicarse directamente.
So my job is to be listening for that. I'm listening for what's said, and I might be asking, can you ask the part? And if that's not available, it leaks out like the Ronald Lang explanation, right? It's coming out in other ways.
Y yo estoy un poco escuchando eso, y a lo mejor en algún momento dado le puedo invitar a que pregunte a la parte, pero si eso no puede ser, esta información de alguna manera sale por algún lado.
And then I'm reflecting back what I'm hearing and seeing if the person's available to hear themselves really.
Y yo estoy reflejando lo que estoy escuchando y viendo si la persona está disponible para escucharse a sí mismo.
Yeah. Ana.
Sí, bueno, un poco parecido. Yo tengo un paciente que lo que escucha son sonidos repetitivos que le impide ya poder entenderme y entonces ya se corta la comunicación.
It's something similar that I wanted to talk about. I have a client that hears repetitive sounds that doesn't allow him to hear me. So we are getting our communication cut off constantly.
Yeah. Just checking which part gives him. What is that? I love this question. What's really important about making sure that you can't hear Ana?
Yo le preguntaría qué es lo tan importante para ti, para que tú te asegures de que el cliente no pueda escuchar a Ana.
So you can ask the question directly. Let's ask that part why it gives you the noise in your ears. But there are more nuanced ways sometimes to ask the same thing.
Y puedes preguntar directamente, decir al cliente, vamos a preguntar a la parte, ¿por qué produce esos sonidos en ti para que no escuches a Ana? Pero hay otras maneras y matices de poder preguntarlo.
Does that help?
¿Eso te ayuda?
Sí, me ayuda, pero si ya está esa parte, me respondería que no me entiende.
Yeah, it does help, but if that part is present, it would say, well, I just don't understand her.
I just don't understand you.
I just don't understand you.
What I try to do is just write. We write.
Entonces lo que intento hacer es que escribimos.
And then sometimes it works.
Y a veces funciona.
Yeah, I would be curious about what you don't understand.
Sí,
help me understand what's not understandable.
Yo sí sentía curiosidad sobre lo que no entiendes. Ayúdame a entender lo que no entiendes.
I like to use language like help me understand what's not working here.
Me gusta utilizar el lenguaje como ayúdame a entender lo que no está funcionando aquí.
Because I'm really wanting to take responsibility that I'm doing something that's not understandable to this part.
Porque quiero asumir la responsabilidad de que yo estoy haciendo algo que no es comprensible para esta parte.
Yeah. Great. So wow, we're at the end of our time, and I can't believe it's been 5 hours. That was quick. And
hemos llegado al final de nuestra sesión. No puedo creer que hayan sido 5 horas, han pasado volando.
And yeah, it's just been really lovely to be here, and I can hear from the questions and the way you speak about your clients, there's some great work going on, and it makes my heart so full because, you know, sometimes I train and I don't get that feeling from a group, so I'm really excited.
Sí,
Thank you so
estoy
much.
feliz de escuchar vuestras respuestas, vuestras preguntas y la manera que habéis abordado la sesión. Puedo sentir que realmente cómo trabajáis con vuestros clientes y eso me llena el corazón. No siempre recibo esto en las formaciones que hago.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And definitely email me or reach out if you have any more questions or need anything. I have so many academic articles. If you've got any questions, I could flick you anything. So.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Si tenéis cualquier pregunta, podéis contactar conmigo, mi correo electrónico. Tengo muchísimas referencias, documentos que os pueda servir.
Muchísimas gracias, Stephanie. Ha sido un placer poder escuchar todo lo que sabes sobre este tema y tan interesante.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. It's been such a pleasure to hear you speak about this such interesting topic and for sharing all your knowledge.
Y gracias por hacer este trabajo y por darnos la oportunidad y por compartirlo.
And thank you for carrying out this work and for sharing it with us.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, Anna. It's been beautiful.
Gracias por invitarme, Ana. Ha sido muy bello.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Gracias.
Gracias a todos por venir.
Thank you for coming, all of you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. See you, Maureen.
Gracias, Ana.
Bye-bye.
Gracias, Ana. La próxima vez necesitamos que sea más largo porque se nos queda corto.
Sí.
We need the training to be longer. 5 hours. Short.
We need more time with Stephanie.
Más tiempo con Stephanie.
I have to come to Spain for 2 days.
Yes, please.
Why not? España, 2 días.
Yes, please.
Great.
Take care.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. It's been a pleasure. Un placer.